The allocated budget, according to the current project plans and everything, it's sufficient. And in fact, we've made it clear that we are not even prepared to go over that. Currently, the main, what you call, chairperson, the biggest sort of construction item in relation to the project is basically the pavilion. And this is basically the part that has been ceded to the subcontractor, and that is the part that is basically performing very well. So our view is that once the what you call the pavilion has been completed, the work that still needs to be done, that is your main your soccer field, and then the completion of the buildings that are there, building 1, 2, 3, and 4, which are already there. So we envisage that this is work that the contractor can actually complete because it's not that technical and doesn't require huge amounts of cash flow as opposed to the construction of the pavilion. So hence we are looking at that. Speaking of the session, chairperson, I think at some point we were even tempting to have the two in this report, but we thought maybe let's just focus on the extension of time. Because the items that are left, as I've indicated, are items that a grade 8 contractor can easily do. Our main problem was around the pavilion, which is highly technical and requires a huge capacity, which is basically what is for completion by the session, guys. Thank you, Chair. I'm not sure, Peter, if you want to add in that regard.
Thank you, Acting Group Head. Our expenditure to date is 20%. It's in the order of 5.6 million up to date, and that was mainly spent on the session contractor. Thank you.
Honestly speaking, does the main contractor, have the capacity to actually execute this contract?
Can I come in, Chairperson?
Mm.
Yeah, Chairperson, I think honestly speaking from my side, I don't think so. And then I think that's why we understand the frustration of the committee because for a contractor who is graded at that level, one would have expected that the project should be completed by now. So personally, and I think we agree as a department that we find ourselves in this mess largely due to the fact that we do not have a contractor that is performing well. We do acknowledge that there has been some internal, like the suspensions of loan-funded projects, but we don't think those issues came when there was already problems. So in my view, the contractor does not, particularly from a cash flow point of view, and hence in this instance we are saying we are saved by the session subcontractor.
And what has the department then done to manage that from a contract management point of view, apart from the session?
Yeah, already there's been notices issued to the contractor. I think we've got 3 notices issued in that regard, and hence we were saying we could, I think we've got a lot of grounds to terminate, but what we were looking at is that we looking at the risk versus that if we terminate and obviously there is a challenge, the project can be sort of interdicted, it doesn't proceed, we don't have funding in the outer years, so probably the damage might be much bigger to the project, and we have an incomplete structure that is there that can subsequently be vandalized, and then as a result we have much more bigger problems. So hence we are just trying to give it a last try to say the scope that is remaining is not that big, and then hopefully if we push until March and then they complete, we can avoid these other risks in terms of not having funding in the outer years, and then obviously the contractor challenging the termination that might delay the project further, and then obviously the project might be vandalized and all those, and we might even lose value of what we've managed to establish or create at this point. Chairperson, thank you.
Bampefu and Sminky.
Chair, we cannot be sitting in this meeting and asking departments whether these contractors are capable or not. If the department brings a report to extend time, it means their faith in the service provider, Chair, to say they'll be able to finalize. Not unless there's something that they're not doing in their side to bring a report for blacklisting or termination of a contract, which if they're not convinced when you're asking them whether they've got capability, and the acting group head is saying not really, why didn't they bring a report that talks to that and bring something else? So we cannot be sitting here, Chair, digging out information out of the departments, because the report that has been brought forward says nothing of the fact that this service provider is not capable. So it's important, Chair, that the submission that we get talks to the real facts on the ground. And the acting group head has just said, Chair, they are convinced that the remaining part of work is minor issues or things that are easy to execute. We will hold him accountable to that, Chair. To say we are extending this based on the fact that there is no other extension that's going to come through to this platform, because when we asked questions, when we interrogated, he then said he is convinced that by the end of 2023, whatever month that they're bringing, the project will be completed. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sminky.
Thanks, Chair. You also covered me when you asked the question that relates to what did the department do when they see that this particular contractor is not performing. I mean, where I'm sitting currently now is that why have we placed him in mora to say you are not complete, you are not performing, therefore we are giving you certain days to perform. Failure to do so, we are going to terminate. But since the acting group head has indicated that he is confident now that in March this project will be finalized, I guess, like Systemberg is saying, we'll just have to look and wait for March until such time that this contract is being completed in full. Other than all these scenarios that the service provider himself doesn't look like he is capable of performing. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, James.
Thank you, Chair. In this case, Minky, it's a she and not a he. So she is incapable of performing. Just to but safeguard male from performance issues. But the most important question, that was just a tongue-in-cheek, Minky. The most important thing, Chairperson, that I just, again, reading through the report, picked up, are we not reviving a dead horse here? Because the last extension that was given was until 13 September 2022, if I'm not mistaken. Today is the 15th. So I'm asking, are we not reviving a dead horse? That is another very critical aspect that we need to interrogate with the department as a BAC committee. Let's just look at the dates as captured in the report. I don't know whether we just missed it, a human error oversight, but I think I'm just trying to find the page where I saw it. Maybe the department knows what I'm talking about. Maybe they can see it, but I think somewhere they said the extension, yes. The BAC approved the said extension on page 3 of time on 8 April 2021 at an additional cost of 11 million, which was 18.15% of the original appointment amount. The revised completion date was 13 September 2022. So I'm asking, seeing that we're talking about revision, and I may be confusing myself, Chairperson, I stand to be corrected. Today is the 15th. Thank you, Chair.
We'll blame it on old age.
I accept, Chair.
Group head.
Okay, no, thanks, Chairperson. Thanks, CEO. I think the report referred to practical completion date, but then Peter, I think if you can just confirm the exact appointment, because I'm trying to look at the BAC resolution actually here, just to make sure, Chairperson.
Chairperson, just a sec. I'm just checking the BAC resolution, but according to me, it is 13 September 2022.
And that's old age, Chairperson.
Chair, we just need to confirm when the approval was granted by the accounting office on that BAC resolution, Chair.
So, Sister Mbeka, sorry, you are referring then to the date of signature of the approval, right?
Yes, a member of the accounting office.
Okay. Who's going to confirm that?
I'm trying to open the BAC resolution. It's taking forever.
Okay, thank you, my member.
The network is a bit slow today.
Tambi Poshia has one ready for us, Chair. It's slow.
Hello, Chair.
Who's that?
It's Felix.
Please
The
introduce
date
yourself.
of that BAC was 2021, 8 April.
Please introduce yourself and declare.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Chair. My name is Felix Rajwili, and I declare that I do not have any interest in the matter before the committee. And I just looked at the file and I realized that the minutes or the approved extension of time was on the 8th of April 2021. I just wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
Felix, so the meeting was the meeting of the 8th of April, or was it the signature date of the accounting office?
Chair, I'm looking at the minutes of the BAC. So, and that's not the, let me see if I have that one. No, that's not the signature of the, or the signed document by the ACM. The one I'm referring to now is, I think, what you have now on the screen, which is the BAC minutes of 8 April 2021.
Can you just scroll down?
Utomi, can you come assist me quickly now? Whatever we are looking for the signed document by the city manager. Yeah. Oh.
Peter?
Chairperson, I'm not sure if the resolution that I'm sharing is visible.
It is. Mpefo was interested in the signatures just below that. Oh, no, it will be right at the top. I think on the second page. Go to page 2.
You've just missed it. Just scroll down again. I saw it just now. Yes, go down.
One more. No, you're going the wrong direction, Peter. Page 2. A little bit more.
There you
There.
go. Which is the 15th, I'm assuming, of April.
Mm.
Chair, I think for this particular one, I mean, the 324 days that were given for the assessment, obviously will not obviously start to, they won't start with them up until the approval is granted. So I guess we then have to calculate it from the date of approval.
Mm.
For this one, I think we could give the department the benefit of the doubt based on the fact that if they were saying the extension, they needed so many days for completion, and if the approval is not granted by the 8th or maybe by the 9th by the accounting officer, let's look at the difference of days between the 9th and the 15th. That's just my suggestion here. I am not in any way prescriptive, but I'm just saying for this particular one, we could then start calculating the extension number in terms of number of days required from the date of approval by the accounting office. Thanks.
But it must be a lesson. Colleagues must prepare their reports in time and take into account comments, take into account expiry dates. So my view is that this report, as it stands at this very moment, is not sufficient for us to resolve. And I would propose that the department take the next 2 hours, include the full comments from EPMU, and express themselves in terms of the project, and based on the contract management enforcement, how they see the next 9 months, or however many months, 7 months, playing out in terms of the contract reaching its completion date, and make an honest expression about the amount of work that is still required to be completed, and the fact that the session that was implemented is also assisting the contract in moving forward. Confirm the stage of completion as it sits today, do a reconciliation of what has been paid on the contract thus far versus the contract amount, so that we are then able to determine that what is left on the contract amount will be covered sufficiently by the current budget. I mean, we don't want this report coming back for a further extension, and express themselves in terms of why the department feels that termination is not appropriate at this stage, and include details in terms of what they have done from a contract management point of view, to inform or enforce the contract where the contractor is not sticking to their own project timelines that they put forward, and the fact that the contract is not moving as was indicated. And I think finally just take into account the comments from SCM, because I mean, this is not a report that must comply with section 1163, but it's rather as recommended by SCM, potentially a circular 62. So I propose that you do a further report that just outlines and expands on those particular points and come back before 12 to the committee. Or let's say before 1. Members agreed?
Chair, just in addition, perhaps to what you say, how the report must be improved or a further report. I think a week or two ago, I commissioned an inspection in local through EPMU, and the department does have possession of the inspection in local report that they perhaps also, in terms of the findings of the inspection in local, also bring that into the further report that you are referring to, so that we have a holistic view in order to be able to then make an informed decision in terms of an inspection, not by the department, but by a separate division in my office, the EPMU. Because sometimes it is possible that departments may view things quite differently from what another department or independent department or even person may view things. So if at all, but I think it's critical. I don't want to even say if at all possible, but let them go and at least translate what is captured in that report of the EPMU into this particular report, not verbatim, but the essence of what was found on the ground in order to get a full picture, Chairperson. Thank you.
Can we move, colleagues?
The next item is from the shared services 2.1 SS01 2022-23, tender for the appointment of a service provider to manage, operate, and maintain full management system for a 3-year period.
Thank you. Who's taking us through?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, members. My name is Longseni Nene. I'll be presenting the report to the committee.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, page number 1, tender reference number is SS01 2022-2023, tender for the appointment of service provider to manage, operate, and maintain fuel management system for a 3-year period. On page number 2, it was a competitive and open bid. The bid specification was approved on the 28th of February 2022. Bid was advertised on the 10th of June 2022. Bid closed on the 12th of August 2022. There was no briefing session required for this tender. The responsible official from the department is Karabo Morake. Acquisition official, it's Mhor Kukela. There were 12 bids received for this tender. Budget available for this tender is 26,659,757.58 over a period of 3 years. If you move to page 6, the stages of evaluation. The tender was evaluated in 4 stages. Administrative compliance, mandatory requirement, functional criteria, and the point system, 90-10 system. Moving to page 10. The bidders' names that were received, there was 12 bid. Bidder number 1, it's Tlalefo Holdings, Pty Ltd. Bidder number 2 was Flashpoint Properties and Projects. Bidder 3, Prime Molecule Technology. Bidder number 4, Sitembe Transportation and Project. Bidder 5, Desley Jade Trading Enterprise. 6, Ra Shoketswa Trading and Project. Bidder 7, NKDAD Corporate. Bidder 8, Q Tech 27. 9, it's Jackix Horse and Complying Pty Limited. 10, Afrinet Pty Limited. Bidder 11, Basalang IT Solutions Pty Limited. And 12, Divine Diona JV. Only those 12 bids were received. There were no late bids received. For the pre-compliance stage, which will be on page 11, where they checked the CS, if the company was registered on CSD, if it was a restricted supplier or a state employee, all 12 bids complied, and they all were then evaluated on the administrative compliance, which was stage 1, which is on page 12. The declaration of interest, which is MPD 4, and then they checked MPD 8 and MPD 9. All 12 bidders completed the required MPD forms. However, bidder number 2, 3, 6, 8, 9, and 10 were disqualified at this stage as there was mispresentation on MPD 4.3.4, where the bidders did not declare all their interest or other companies that they are involved in. And as a result, for stage 2, only bidder number 1, 4, 5, 7, 11, and 12 went through to stage 2, which was the mandatory stage. For mandatory stage, the project manager needed a minimum requirement of a diploma or NQF level 6. And the second requirement was the project administrative officer needed a minimum qualification requirement of matric or NQF level 4. A technical maintenance official needed a minimum requirement of matric and NQF level 4. Bidder 1 did not attach any of the 3 required documents. Bidder number 4 attached all 3. Bidder number 5 did not attach any of the documents. Bidder 7 attached all 3. Bidder 11 also attached. However, bidder 12 attached only for the project admin and the technical maintenance officer, and they did not attach any documentation for the project manager. Therefore, bidder number 1, bidder number 5, and bidder number 12 were disqualified in this stage, and only bidder number 4, bidder 7, and 11 proceeded to the next stage, which was functionality. For functionality, the bidders needed to score a minimum point of 70, and bidder number 4 scored 85, bidder 7 only scored 15, and bidder 11 scored 82. Therefore, bidder number 7 was disqualified as they did not meet the minimum required point. Only bidder 4 and 11 were evaluated further for the pricing, which was on a 90-10 system. Bidder Sorry, just 1 second. If you go to page 18 for the scores. Sorry. Okay, bidder number 11 quoted 1,153,629.91, inclusive of VAT, while bidder number 4 quoted 41,107,890.07 inclusive VAT. Therefore, bidder number 11 scored 100 on the 90-10 system, while bidder number 4 scored a negative 3,017.02. Therefore, we, as the BAC, we recommend that bidder 11, Bahlalong IT Solutions Pty Limited, be recommended for the following tender for the appointment of the service provided to manage, operate, and maintain the fuel management system for the period of 3 years, with the following prizes. The prizes are from page 18 to 20, and the total, excluding VAT, it's 1,03,156.45, with inclusive of VAT, it's 1,153 rand 629.91. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members.
Thank you. Members, your comments? Member Mpefu?
Chair, I'm trying to open the report, but I think my issue is if this bid, Chair, is the budget is 26 million for a period of 3 years, why the evaluation based on a 90-10? I think that's what I've noticed, but I just want to confirm something in terms of the recommended bidder in terms of the value, Chair, because we just need clarity as to say this 1 million, is it, what is this 1 million, Chair? Is it the total value of the contract? It's just why I'm trying to open the report. So, but my first question is the advert and the budget 90-10, but the budget is 26, so it's nowhere close to 50 million. So why is that? Thank you, Chair. I'll come back with my second question if there is on the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Asminki.
Thank you, Chair. I'm covered for now.
Thank you, for James.
Chair, thank you. I just want to check in terms of the qualifications criteria. Is there any way that on administrative level that can be proven to be actually people working in those particular companies of those that were not disqualified? Is there any way to do that? And if there is, did the evaluation committee look into that, or did they just accept it on face value? Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Arusha.
Thank you, Chairperson. My query related to the actual pricing. I needed to understand, with the vast difference in the two prices, how the quotes were actually submitted or how the prices were submitted. Was the 1 million considered as part of a baseline price that will be used as and when required? Or was the higher amount, which is the 41 million, was it considered the total price over the 3-year period? I'm just not understanding why there's such a huge difference in the two prices that were submitted, and how the tender then is going to operate. Is it more like a fixed price, or or how is it structured? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Sibongiseni.
Yes, Chair. For the 90-10 question, I think the department will be best to answer that question. But with regards to the qualification question, yes, the bid evaluation committee did look at we were looking for NQF level 4 certificates. Others, they did attach their metrics. The one that they were disqualified, they did not attach any proof of any NQF level 4 qualifications. They were disqualified on those bases. And then in terms of the price variance, we noticed the price variance as well as the committee, and we did engage the department with regards to the differences in price, but the department noted that the contract is on as and when basis. So some of the items are not, they just required when required, they're not fixed items. And however, I can't conclude whether the other one quoted for the whole 3 years or not, but the documentation wanted them to quote per item, not for the whole 3-year period. So maybe the bidder misinterpreted the pricing schedule. Thank you, Chair. I think department can answer on the 90-10.
We should actually get supply chain to confirm the information that I've included in the TAR, because that would have determined whether it was a 90-10 or an 80-20. But I think there's a need for us to get access to pricing schedules of both the recommended the two bidders that made it to the final stage, so that we are able to then see if and how they actually priced, and if there was a level of understanding in terms of the pricing schedule. And maybe the one that went out actually with the specification, because I see in the report the unit of measure is also not included in there, so that it can then just be clear whether some of those rates and amounts are per month, per unit per month, or once off, so that there can then be a level of clarity in that particular pricing. And then I think the report also requires the detailed extracts of company documents that will support 5.1 on the administrative disqualifications. So the MBD4 3,14 that demonstrates what was included by the particular bidder as a declaration required in that specific paragraph, and the copy of the CSD report that was then utilized to enforce that disqualification, so that information can then be part of the entire report. So members, I'm proposing that we just refer this report back to get that additional information and make a consideration at our next meeting. I also picked up that the points that were awarded to bidder number 7 were quite low. Is it because they did not submit the required information, or the required information did not support or give them enough to get the required points, particularly on the experience side? Members, do you have any further inputs? Do you agree?
I agree with what you say, Chair. No further inputs from me.
Chair, I've looked at the pricing. The price, it's stated it's price per unit, and there is just no way where we can then give other bidders. Okay, we are accepting as the committee that the price is included in the pricing schedule, because if you look at the document itself with the bidding information, it did clearly state that the price is per unit. So I think in that particular case, if we get people who are quoting 1.2 million for chips and the other one quotes 569, it means the one that quoted 569 understood the requirements of this bid. So in that, I think we are clear to say whatever that is in the pricing schedule should have been the price per unit, Chair. But Chair, you will recognize, okay, let me not go there. Let me just stop it there. Let me stop right there, because I'm going to open a can of worms here.
Open it. We like worms. We like worms.
I don't want any worms.
Because I'm very.
Remember, Tambeka, that's the idea. We want to know because we have to apply our minds.
I'm very, Chair, when it comes to anything that has to do with fuel tenders, I just, my eyes are wide open, because, Chair, you'll notice in this pricing schedule that on the site equipment maintenance, the recommended bidder is at 24,000 rand, while the other one that we're comparing to is 7,000 rand. You see, now what's bringing this back is the fact that we will be blamed or say we never interrogated the pricing. So the department is key when it comes to us asking questions in the pricing schedule. I understand the committee might not have that, but even though we will have members that are from the department, but the department, that's why they're here. So, but what I'm picking up is that there are certain items where the fuel tank requirements, the recommended bidder is like double the other one, while we've noticed the other one is very high on almost all the items. So we're guarding against that thing, Chair, saying they knew that these items, I'm not saying the service provider chair was previously appointed, I'm not aware, but I'm just saying you notice such things, that there are certain items where they're quite very low. It does say it look as if it's per item, but there are those where they just shoot up the price, especially on fuel tank and on the site equipment maintenance prices, Chair. I'm not comfortable with their prices as if they know something that we do not know. And then, Chair, that's about it. I think those two items are just worrying me. Maybe it's where the I don't know. I don't want to insinuate certain things, Chair. But I'm comfortable because I did hear the presenter speaking to the recommended bidder, the pricing, and then I was just worried because I went through the register and I've realized that there's such differences in terms of price. But I went back and I said, it is stated, Chair, it's per unit. So if we were to refer the item back, Chair, it must be on certain things because it's clearly stated in the bid document that it must be per unit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to have particularly those items also included, so that we can just satisfy ourselves. So unless if the colleagues have it, that we can have a look and satisfy ourselves, particularly the MBD. I'd also still want to see the price of the other bid or their price schedule, just to have a level of comfort. Swanisane,
Yes, sure.
you had your hand up earlier as well.
Oh no, then Tembega covered what I wanted to say. I wanted to show the committee where it states that the item should be priced per unit, but Tembega did cover that. Okay.
Oh, okay. So who's got the documents? SCM.
Okay, you want to see the bid document for the other bidder?
Yes, the pricing schedule, and then the
Okay.
MBDs and SCSD for the disqualified ones.
Okay, I can arrange that now. Maybe we must just move on to the next item. It's still the same chairperson, so before she's done, we will then go back to 2.1. Chair, we are a BAC with we're trying to obviously make sure that there's progress within our work. So we are allowing them to bring the documents, and then we will go back to 2.1. Progressive BAC.
Progressive BAC. Interrogative BAC. So let's wait for those documents. Item 3.1.
Item 3.1 is from Group Property, GPM 01. 2022-23, tender to appoint service providers for the servicing, maintenance, repairs, installation, and upgrade of existing and new fire prevention systems citywide for a period of 3 years.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be presenting the report. It's Fonseni again. Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Yes, the GPM 01 2022-2023 tender to appoint service provider for the service, maintenance, repair, installation, and upgrading of existing and new fire prevention system citywide for a period of 3 years. The bid was competitive and open. Bid specification was approved on the 8th of December 2022. Bid was advertised on the 10th of June 2022. Bid closed on the 27th July 2022. There was no briefing session required for this tender. Official from the department, it was Sifiso Ndaba. Acquisition, Makafula Matimela. And the bid is still valid. It expires on the 25th of October. And there were 13 bid documents received for this bid, and the budget for this bid, it's 19,749,780 rand and 67 cents. Moving to page 13, the stages of evaluation for this tender. It was evaluated in 4 stages. Stage 1, administrative compliance. Stage 2, mandatory requirement. Stage 3, functionality criteria. And stage 4, preferential procurement point system. And moving to page 25. On page 25, it gives us the name of the bidders that we received documents from. Bidder number 1, it was Stoico Industrial Component. Bidder number 2, Fire Checks Pty Limited. Bidder number 3, Kulani ICT Consulting. Bidder number 4, Pro Secure Pty Limited. Bidder number 5, Variance Engineering and Project Management Consultant, bidder number 6, Firetex Pty Limited, bidder number 7, Katoras Fire System Pty Limited, bidder number 8, Ntobe Solutions Pty Limited, bidder number 9, Globe Bright Trading 31, bidder 10, IPL Fire Fighting Equipment 1818, bidder 11, Busy Fire Control, bidder 12, Little Trek Fire and Security CC, bidder 13, DS Molope Project and Fire Service CC, and Machimane Plant Hire Pty JV. For the pre-compliance, the CSD was checked, and if they are restricted suppliers and if they are state employees, all 13 bidders qualified, and therefore they were evaluated for administrative compliance, which was stage 1, where we checked the MPT4, MPT8, and MPT9 and the pricing schedule. Bidder number 1 was bidder number 1, bidder number 2, bidder number 3, bidder number 4, bidder number 8, and bidder number 9 were disqualified. Bidder number 1 was disqualified as they did not declare their involvement in other companies. Bidder number 2 did not complete the pricing schedule. Bidder number 3, 4, 8, and 9, they did not declare their involvement in other companies as well. Therefore, for the next stage, only bidder 5, 6, 7, 10, 11, 12, and 13 were considered for the next stage, which was mandatory, and it was stage 2. For mandatory, the requirements were the applicant must have a CIDB contractor grading 5S, F or higher, and the second requirement was a SANS 1475 2010 accreditation certificate. Bidder number 5 did attach a grading of 5SF, and bidder number 6 a 6SF, 7 6SF. However, bidder number 1 attached a 1SF grading certificate, bidder number 11 a 6SF, bidder 12 6SF, and bidder 13 6SF. And then for the SANS 1475 2010 accreditation, all bidders did attach the required document. Therefore, bidder number 10 was disqualified at this stage as the bidder, the required grading was 5SF and higher. Therefore, only 6 bidders were considered for stage 3, which was functionality criteria. All 6 bidders scored above 70 points, where bidder number 5 scored 85, bidder number 6 95, bidder 7 scored 83, bidder 11 scored 90, bidder 12 scored total points and 100 total points, and then bidder 13 scored 98. And then all 6 bidders moved to the next stage, which was the pricing stage. Moving to page 32, for the prizes, it was an 80-20 point system, where bidder number 13, who was the cheapest with 378,785.25 cents, scored 100, followed by bidder number 5 at 99.5, bidder number 6 scored 91.86, bidder 12 scored 47.79, bidder 11 scored a minus 36.30, and then bidder 7 scored a minus 259.69. Therefore, the BAC is recommending to BAC that bidder number 13 be recommended for the tender to appoint service provider for the servicing, maintenance, repair, installation, and upgrading of the existing and new fire prevention system CTL for the period of 3 years, with the attached full pricing schedule, which gives us a total of 378,785 rand and 25 cent, excluding VAT, and with VAT inclusive, it gives us 435,603 rand and 4 cent. Thank you.
Thank you, Swangiseni. Members, your comments, James?
Chairperson, I just wanted to check if the successful bidder was able to submit all the SANS compliance certificates with their bids.
Yes.
Thank you.
And thanks, Osminki.
Nothing from my side. I take this the first set of never mind. I'm covered in terms of what I wanted to ask. I don't have any further comments, Chair. I'm covered. I wanted to check something, but I'm covered.
Okay, thank you. Member Mpefu? Mpefu? What happened? Varusha?
Thank you, Chairperson. I wanted to inquire firstly with the specific contract participation goals of acceptable bidders, point number 8. There are various columns about EME level, affidavits, etc., with yes or no indicated. What impact does that have on the assessment? I'm just not understanding what we're trying to do with that particular point 8, if I can get clarity. I also wanted to ask on point 9, which is the prices of acceptable bidders. There are 7 bidders that are appointed for this particular, not appointed, but are acceptable in terms of price, even though their prices do vary. And we are recommending one service provider. And just with the knowledge that this particular service provider that is being recommended as the sole service provider is the same service provider that was awarded the previous GPM 14. Just to get an understanding from BEC on their rationale on appointing one service provider, not appointing a backup, or not appointing those that qualify per region. We can just get an understanding of that. This is because of the volume of workload when it comes to the fire extinguishers and the spread of them throughout the regions. Would it have not been better to appoint several service providers per region and then look at the lowest amounting bidder and do a cross assessment of the prices that they were recommending, or at least provide an alternate? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Member Mpefu, are you back again? Continue, Swangiseni.
Yes, Chair, point 8 does not have any implications on the performance or the appointment of the bidders. Just to answer with regards to the appointment of one bidder, we appoint as per the specification. The specification said one bidder should be appointed for the services. Therefore, as the BEC, we cannot amend the specification. We have to appoint according to the specification. Thank you.
Chairperson, the specification doesn't say that. The specification, according to the document, if you look at the first page where it says scope of works, it actually has a note which says you can appoint more than one bidder. The bidder, you can appoint this tender as you deem appropriate, and it does have a proviso for appointing more than one service provider. That's why I'm asking for the rationale of just appointing one service provider. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. I think we missed that part. We can appoint more than, okay. No, as the BAC, we can go back and recommend more than one bidder. Because I do understand fire extinguisher, it's quite a big city and one service provider, I might struggle to service all the fire equipment within the city. So we can go back and have a relook at the documentation and award more suppliers. But with regards to the last one,
I just want to hear what Sfiso says on that particular point. You can introduce
thank you,
yourself.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'm now covered by the response from Spongseni. We indeed, in our specification, requested a few service providers, not necessarily one. I know in the previous term it was only one, but it came with its own challenges. So we request that SCM relook into that issue. Thank you.
Just declare, please.
Chairperson, I'm declaring that I have no interest in this particular item or any other item for that matter that have been discussed or will be discussed in this quorum, and I will abide by the rules of the of SCM.
Just expand a bit on the challenges that you picked up with one service provider in the previous contract. And if you were invited by the BEC when this item was being considered.
I was not invited by the BEC. I was actually surprised when I saw the item yesterday on the agenda. But in any case, Chairperson, we have more than 22,000 fire equipments across all 7 regions. And at the same time, what we expect from the service provider, we expect them, as in when we request him to service these buildings, to provide the data back to us, because we want to update and improve the data. And the service provider, which is now recommended, was actually struggling to cover all these areas. If in fact in the previous financial year we had a challenge because there were capital projects, 3 of them that she was working on, and she couldn't finish before July, and we were under pressure because we needed to pay, but at the same time we couldn't pay, which also created some financial challenges because it was the end of the financial year. Simply when you go to site, you realize the guy is just not coping. There's just too much work and alone, and he's not. So, and even the servicing, as much as he will try and go to all the sites to service, and then when you visit some of them, the services, you'll discover that some of the equipment are not being properly serviced. And at that time, the guy has maybe 10, 11 jobs at once. So we just felt like, as good as he is, but also the amount of work is just way too much for him alone. So at least if at a minimum, if we can't get 7, at least if we can get 3 service providers, then we can allocate among all 7 regions. At least then it will work.
Thank you. Spongiseni, just respond on that last question, and then Mapefo can come in.
Sorry, Chair, I don't recall. What was the last question? Can please repeat the last question?
I interrupted you before you could finalize your last point.
Oh, yes, Chair. I think I forgot what I wanted to say, but it was in response with what Verusha raised, but I just can't recall what she raised. But Chair, after CISO has spoken, we have noted the comments from the department, and as the BAC, we would go back and relook at the appointment of and appoint more service providers for this bidder or for this tender.
Thanks, Member Mpefu.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I think I think going forward, Chair, the specifications that come through should be specific. The tender to appoint service provider or providers is not good enough, Chair. And if the department requires more than one, they must state we need 15, we need 4. Because we sit in this platform and interrogate the BAC's recommendation to say why 3 and why not 5. So at a BSc level, I think the message must be clear that if a service provider, if a department wants a panel, they must just clearly state that we want them allocated per service provider and not come with notes in the bid specification. Because I'm reading the spec and there's a note written there that you may appoint more than one. I think we need to be specific so that we do not now try and put the BC in a corner when they've appointed 1 or 2 or 3, not the entire group that went through. So we really need to be clear. Chair, I think we're going to be strict and say, in terms of the evaluation process or the procurement process that starts at BSc with the department to the BEC to the BAC, the department must not be amazed if they were not consulted in terms of evaluation because they're not part of BEC. And actually, we're going to go to an extent where we don't need these departments in this platform because they are outside the process, Chair. We are just, this is catered just to make sure that you know that the report has been finalized. And to cover ourselves, we need to make sure we tighten it. The structures is BSc, BEC, and adjudication. There's no department in between. And if we play it like that, I think we're covering ourselves, we'll be safe. We do ask the department for clarity, but they mustn't be surprised that they were not called, Chair, because there's no such requirement that they should be called. But I'm just saying for the committees to be able to be effective in what they're doing, we really need to be specific in our specs because we're going to return this report saying you did not do 1, you did 2. When they go back, the department is now saying, no, we would like 3 or 7, which is not right, Chair. Thank you. That was just a comment.
Thank you, Sfiso.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, I think this is extremely important. I'm saying that because we are going to have a lot of these tenders from our department where we are expecting a certain number of service providers. And we have reasons for that. And maybe just to the point raised by DH, the number of, we have a paragraph and we are very consistent in our specification, DH. It's there in all of them. And we've even explained this in all the BSc committee. The paragraph says, we need in each tender, that is also the other ones that are coming, we need a maximum of 7 service providers, which must be allocated per region, with the least expensive taking the biggest regions in that order until the most expensive take the smallest region. And in an event when SCM can't get 7, assuming maybe only 4 qualifies or 3, because there are that cases. We are going to cluster the regions into 4 or into 3. And then we allocate with the biggest cluster accommodated by the cheapest service provider. Because we don't want to say to you, DH, we don't want to say we need a minimum of 7. We also appreciate the fact that you may not get that number. It might be less, but we can work with that. But these are the conditions that if it's 2, we cluster, if it's 3, but ideally we need 7. So that paragraph I've crafted is in all the specs, and we've been consistently putting in all the specs explaining these things. And this was done because of our experience over the past 3 years. This is new to appoint service provider for the next 3 years in various tenders. And obviously, the experience we've drawn from the previous 3 years, we had to apply it in the new specification to improve so that at least we can do better. So it's there at DH, and maybe it explained in details, and we discussed it in BSc extensively until the member of the BSc were persuaded about our approach. Thanks.
Thank you. Member, if your hand is still up.
Chair, it's an old hand, but I concede I can see the paragraph from the department that speaks to the maximum of 7. And should it be fewer, obviously, they're still obviously willing to go forward with the tender, and obviously there will be certain arrangements made, Chair. So I agree that the BEC did then not follow the requirements of the specifications. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, can we then refer the report back to the BEC to evaluate in terms of our projects?
Yeah, Chair. Okay, no. The fact that you are referring it back, I was just looking at the price variances in order just to accommodate the department itself. It becomes a superfluous statement anyway because you are referring it back. But I was just looking at there are only 3 bidders that have which will fall in the lowest category with a very small variance amongst them. 400 and something category. The rest are 700 up to over 2 million, but it's fine. I think your remark is capturing what I was trying to sort of resolve within this particular meeting, but I'm comfortable with what you are recommending. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Farusha.
Thanks, Chair. Just to support what James is saying on the pricing issue, I do think that it should also be looked at by the bid evaluation committee. The reason is that the person who charges the least gets a lot of work, and those that actually charge more get little work. So you're actually getting more value for money by doing less than that service provider who is doing much more. And you can see the variance in the last 2 bidders' pricing. So perhaps if BEC can also make an assessment in terms of the pricing that is being proposed to advise if it's value for money for the city. Thanks, Chair.
Chair, I have a proposal.
Yeah, Bo.
Chair, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 that went through to the last stage, and 7 is required. And Verosh is saying the high scoring bidder will then get to be allocated more work. So as the BEC goes back, and they must then obviously look at appointing the entire 6 at the price of the high scoring bidder. And obviously this then will be subject to our regulation for the negotiation, which is Regulation 24. This is what they must bring forward, Chair. And we can therefore say bidder number 13, who is the highest scoring bidder, should also be accommodated in the 7th region, Chair. That was just my inputs as the BEC goes back. Thank you, Chair.
Could you say that again?
Chair, the report okay, maybe right. The report has 6 service providers that went through to pricing. And we are looking for a maximum of 7. So we are saying we are looking at appointing the whole 6, with the highest scoring bidder getting the 7th region as well. However, there must be price negotiations and making sure that they are negotiated to the price of the highest scoring bidder in terms of Regulation 24. I was just saying, Chair, this is the thing that the BEC can consider as they go back. It is not in any way prescriptive, but it's something that they can look at, seeing the fact that there hasn't been any market analysis conducted and we cannot conduct any at this stage, but they can try and manage this whole process through the suggestions that I'm bringing forward. Thank you, Chair.
So we implement Regulation 24 and then consider the last region to the highest scoring bidder.
Yes.
Okay, for consideration by the BEC.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
Just one last thing, if they can please correct the group head is not environment, it's actually property. So I'm not sure if, oh, sorry, I don't think emergency services has a budget for it.
Thanks. So Spongiseni, you've got that, no?
Yes, I've got it, Chair. Thank you.
Apula, you've got, so the BEC must evaluate in terms of the spec, particularly in the recommendation of the number of service providers. I would still want the committee to attach the MBDs and relevant CST for the disqualified bidders, and then look at the pricing of all of the newly recommended bidders and renegotiate in terms of Regulation 24, and then make a recommendation through to the BAC. As amended, colleagues.
And consider, Chair, the highest scoring bidder being allocated to 2 regions and not just 1.
Thank you. As amended, colleagues.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
Next, Mapula.
The next item is item 4 from Water and Sanitation, 4.1 WS 05 2022-23, tender for the supply. Oh,
is it deliberate? Or...
No, I just a mistake. The next item is 3.2. It's a further report request for approval to deviate from normal tender process for acquisition of office accommodation.
Thank you. Verusha?
Thanks, Chair. I think in the declaration that I did submit, I indicated that as head of department, especially because it's irregular expenditure, that there might be a perception of conflict. So I have declared that, but I have appointed Safiso to represent the department in this particular matter. So I'll take the guidance of the committee in terms of whether or not I should still be considered a voting member for this item. It's just, Chair, because it's an issue of irregular expenditure, it might be a forensic investigation that ensues, and I don't want to compromise the integrity of the committee. Thanks.
In that case, we'll have 4 voting members. We're still correct. Members agree?
Chair, if Ferrucia is not in, who's the fourth one?
James? And me?
Oh, see. C3.
And when?
Hey, Metsi, it's a problem. It's Baloma.
It's either you're not counting yourself or you're not counting me.
Okay, Chair.
Chairperson, I've got network problem. I hear you talking about counting. I can't open my reports. I don't know what are you counting, sheep or what? I don't know.
Okay.
So what are you saying?
Are you
James,
talking to me?
Hey.
What do you mean? What am I saying? I say I hear you talking about counting. I'm saying I've got network problems. I can't hear what you say. Or counting. How many sheep you're counting? I can't open my items, so I'm not. I missed a part of the conversation in simpler layman terms that the CA can understand.
Too
Yeah.
rough. Can we not laugh on this platform?
Too rough. Cool.
I mute and I laugh.
Yeah. Proceed, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I was hoping, like you did previously, you would introduce this particular one, especially I believe COO was not part of the previous 2 or 3 special BAC that we convened in trying to find a solution to this matter. But maybe just in short term, we COO the matter was set on the 28th of July, and the committee approved it, and it was then referred to the office of the accounting officer, and then we then since learned that it was referred back to the BAC, and there was a letter. If maybe you can see from your side, which had 3 queries, just in summary, from the city manager that we had to re-look at and respond accordingly. So last week, on Friday, we set to in trying to address those 3 queries as a BAC, and we couldn't conclude, and then hence it came back today. I think again on Monday we attempted, and there was no quorum. But maybe Chairperson, because we have updated again now the report, which is a further report to address the query, the recent queries that came after our Friday. Maybe I don't necessarily have to dwell much on query number 1 and 2, because I believe we dealt with it extensively. But the biggest the query that we couldn't finalize was that of supply chain management, which supply chain management provided a negative comments in the report, indicating reasons why the comments rendered by SCM were not considered. That was the CM requesting the department to indicate those reasons. So we responded and in our reasons, and then and interacting with supply chain, then we were requested to draft a report. That was on Friday in the afternoon, which was to give reasons why, because the major issue was the fact that there was a perception that the department were not doing much to find the solution to this office space accommodation. And we then compiled that, which it was almost 10-page documents, a table, and which is attached on the report, in trying to explain what we've been doing all along. That was to at least demonstrate to SCM, appreciating the fact that obviously they're extra, they are not previewing of what we're doing. And the comment came back from where I'm sitting. The comment still remains the same. But in our discussion, also last week, legal department jumped in and said, look, we also need to revisit our comment in that meeting. That was in addition to the SCM, which they since did revise their comment and resubmitted. I don't know, Chairperson, but I'll be guided by you. In my view, which is something I've discussed with my group head, the purpose of the BAC last week was to address those 3 points raised by the accounting officer, which I thought we were limited to that. But now there's a legal comments that are coming, whether we should open that gate, and maybe we even have to ask finance whether you still stick by your comments or you want to revise them. But I guess that would be for you, Chairperson, to guide us. But we then decided to say, look, let's rather address all the comments, even though including that of legal comments. So, Chairperson, what I'm just going to do, I'm just going to go to the SCM comments and legal comments, which is where we were at the time, responding to those going forward. So, Chairperson, the comments, the comments raised by SCM, maybe to start with, we have then, as I've indicated, we have provided a timeline of events, which is attached on the report, and it was provided on the 9th of September. The timeline shows the work done by the officials in the department to address the office accommodation issue. And also all that work was done by 4 officials working in the office accommodation environment of the department. And as we were saying, in the previous financial year alone, 8 office buildings were vacated as part of in trying to resolve this. If members, you look into that timelines, which was actually done in pretty 2-3 hours, has 91 items. And I remember Justice was more interested in knowing that beyond March, when now we office accommodation month-to-month will declare irregular, what have you done in trying to resolve the problem? And after the meeting we had with the AG of a way forward, that is from point number 73 to point number 91. So all those issues from 73 to 91 were what we did post-March only. And we tried to accelerate. And in actual fact, when I was going through it right now, I was actually realizing that there's quite some few things that we didn't add. Maybe it was because of the time. We only had 2 hours to do this report because we were hoping to present the following day. We did an assessment of HB Philip building as well in above, because we wanted to see if we can't reuse the HB Phillips, even if we use a portion of it. We also did an assessment of Tshwane House expansion. We engaged the service provider to see if we can increase that number from 1.5 based on contract to at least 2,000, because we felt there's a bit too much space that can't be utilized in Tshwane House. Over and above submitting specification, we've done some work at CTVET after we relocated Tshwane House. We have we've done tenant installation in CityVet on the ground floor, in preparing for a licensing department, and we also did some work which we are still doing at Orat Sal and Bid Center, because we are trying to repair those buildings to use, because one of the things that we needed to do before we go out on tender, we wanted to optimize our very own portfolio space before we even go, so that when we go out, we ask for a lesser space than what we are occupying now, appreciating the issue of cash flow in the city as well. And some work has been done in Semi-Max in trying to fix that space as well. And we've just relocated, and we are still helping TMPD relocation from Centurion to LMA. I'm just adding those points because I see they're not reflecting on that report. But Chairperson, to date, the city has realized 15 Yes, Chair?
Try to stick to what's in the report. Otherwise, we're going to send you back to update the report.
Okay, sorry, Chair. Chairperson, to date, we have vacated 8 buildings from the previous financial year, which all of them are in Region 3. We decided to start with Region 3, obviously, because it's the biggest, and that was going to have some impact, even from a financial point of view. So, and the substantial amount of time also went into the finalization of the needs assessment as part of the planning phase for tender specification, which has since been submitted to a supply chain. And this work commenced after the various locations mentioned above in terms of to exit all those buildings, and following the engagement on the 6th of April with Auditor General on the way forward. So then the needs assessment were then finalized and submitted to SCM. And the requirements to have the specification revised as per the BAC resolution when considering the cancellation of the GBMM3 office accommodation tender. So, Chairperson, again, as I was alluding earlier on, initially, this office, the remaining, so to say, month-to-month lease is affecting just above 1,400 officials across all regions. And what we have done previously, initially, we were occupying a total of 103,000 square meter in Region 3 alone. So, and then after our extensive analysis, then we reduce the space to as low as 27,400. And reducing the space that we need will obviously be assisted by the acquisition of Midtown and Mid-Start buildings. We are going to go back and ask for a much lesser space than we are currently occupying because of the optimization that we are trying to do. So that is actually just to explain the point that was raised by, I think it was from SCM, which they were saying, you do have specification in place. Why you couldn't even just resubmit what you have? But the specification that we had, it was before space optimization, so we had to revise them and reduce the space so that at least by the time when we go out on the market, we are at least more economical about the space. So, so a number of issues has been done. Part of it, the group head also is in a disciplinary action to the divisional head, which with that. So that is basically in the main. Which was received now on the 14th of September by SCM and by legal comments. Chairperson, the SCM comments, the revised one now, which is still quoting the Regulation 36 and SCM policies and process. SCM recommends approval through normal official procurement processes. Non-compliance might result in a possible irregular expenditure. Chairperson, we in addressing this in the meeting we had on the 6th of April with the Auditor General, which I believe SCM were part of that meeting. I've just confirmed that yes, indeed, we do have a recording of that meeting in place. We were reflecting on in that meeting on the audit finding and discussing the way forward in resolving the matter. And 3 points in that meeting were agreed. The first point was that we need to prepare an ex post facto report, and which was now disclosing the money that we've spent from the beginning of the financial 1st of July till at the time was till April. So that was done. It served in the committee for approval. And secondly, a deviation report be submitted to BAC pending approval of the new tender award. That is, that report was compiled. In actual fact, on the 18th of May, it was circulated for comments in various departments, but it only managed to sit on the 28th of July. And that was still in responding or taking that recommendation of that meeting with the OG. And then the third one was approaching the market for new leases. You know, this is very important, in particular before we go to the legal comments, because what we are saying, Chairperson, is we are not saying we don't want to go to a market, or we are not intending to go to the market. The deviation that we are asking for is to give us time to be able to go to the market and acquiring these offices. So we are in a process of going to the market, and we are going to go to the market. And to be quite open, there is a chance that we go to the market. If we don't succeed, we'll come back to BAC and ask for a deviation if the market is not assisting. But we are going to follow that. So the progress to date, an ex post facto report has been approved. And what we did as part of approach of going to the market, we did an optimization of council-owned facilities. That was the reason why we then accelerated the relocation of SCM to Tshwane House. It was after these audit findings, because then we're now under pressure to do so and in opening up the space. So it was just part of our, currently now we even ourselves has moved from Semimax to Ronda. So all of those things were part of in now trying to accelerate that in so that we can be able to, by the time we go for specification, we have a clear understanding of the amount of space that we have. So the deviation report is pending, and tender specification has all been submitted, and we are engaging with SCM back and forth in times in working on those. So failing to approve this deviation will result in irregular being incurred for the month-to-month lease until the tender process is finalized and a repeat finding by the agency. This statement, Chairperson, actually is not it's actually when you read the comments from legal services, it shows that we are not singing from the same hymn song on this one, because they are actually insinuating that if we do this, then it means then we are going to incur regular expenditure. But that's not what the Auditor General advised us to do. But in any case, when we move into the legal comments, which we only received them yesterday, and what the gist of the comments is that from the legal indicate, among others, that the approval of this report will result in a repeat irregular expenditure. That is the point I have a problem with. This is a misinterpretation of the Auditor General finding from the legal department. So the implication of the above comment and not approving deviation is that the building will have to be terminated and service will be stopped for the following. The comments of the legal service and SCM appear to be incorrectly infer that the deviation is intended to avoid testing the market. However, the department has already prepared and submitted specification to SCM demonstrating that we are forging ahead in testing the market. This deviation is intended to instead to address the following short-term risks. So why are we deviating? Is because we are avoiding a repeat of audit finding, and we are also currently now the service, there is a risk in service interruption arising from the non-payment. We can't create a PO at the moment, therefore we can't pay. We couldn't pay all the landlords from the 1st of July because of this process hasn't been done, because it needs to be attached. Litigation is anticipated from the landlord due to the non-payment from the 1st of July. I can tell you, Chairperson, there's 3 letters of litigation already in my table, and we are expecting that power will be switched off in X-Mercedes Benz at any given moment from now. So to provide an opportunity for the SCM process to be undertaken and completed, we need 18 months simply so that we can also be able to give us space to embark on the SCM process and complete it. Further to that, below the impracticality to the regulation is the shutting down of services and the facilities, which will result in more than 1.4 officials being affected. So below are the list of departments that will be affected should this deviation is not approved, and all this department will then be interpreted going forward. The table below, Chairperson, just we felt like let's just put a table to justify why we felt 18 months will at least be assist us to get to where we are, to where we want to go. When this is based on our experience and in mid-start, from the acquisition to the amount of work that needs to be done in preparing the space until we occupy the space. So if you look into the table, Chairperson, the key part is that 8 months, tenant installation and fit out. We set a minimum 8 months, and in actual fact, I am debating that can easily take 12 months going forward. It has taken that long in mid-start. In actual fact, for us to make it manageable, we had to involve even the mayor and the city manager to intervene, because part of this tenant fit out, before a Chairperson, you even do a fit out, the service provider must draw plans, floor plans of the space. Those floor plans must be submitted to the regulator, which is building control, and then the building control, EMS and health, they must regulate those floor plans, and usually 3-4 weeks is only then they will come back and give you an approval. If they assuming they're in place, sometimes they have comments, you must change it will go back and forth. After a month, then you have an approval. It is then we can start with the construction. You do the construction for another 4 or 5 months. Once the construction is done, you submit back to building control, and then building control, EMS and health do a site inspection, and that can easily take 5 months back and forth. They are porting this, it must be changed before you get an occupation certificate. If you've done it in 8 months, you are a star. You've done a great job. But we are committing ourselves to try as much as we can to do it within 8 months. And 18 months that you are asking for is the least we can. And appreciating the fact that now we are talking about almost 18 lease agreement, not one building. It's a potential 18 buildings at the same time, managed by 4 officials. So that is where we are saying, Chairperson, the section 36, when you, that section 36 especially we are specifically focusing on number 1, Roman figure 5, that speaks of impracticality and the impossibility of this. That is why we felt it actually fits, because it is not going to be possible if we take comments from legal service to exit all these buildings today. We cannot occupy a newly acquired building tomorrow. We need 18 months, and that is the 18 months we are asking for, so that we can be able to do what needs to be done. So, without waste of time, Chair, let me jump straight to the legal comments. Where am I now? Okay. Sorry, I'm mixing my pages. So with that in mind, Chairperson, we are still feel with all the comments by legal and that of SCM, we are still recommend that the BAC take constant of the measures undertaken to address this man-to-man list, and that the deviation from normal tender processes for acquisition of office accommodation in line with Regulation 36. And then we have quoted 1A5 that is talking about the impracticality of municipal supply chain management be approved due to the exceptional case where it is impractical or impossible to follow this. So, and we are saying that must be done in the following buildings. Chairperson, among these buildings that we have listed here, just to show that we are not sitting doing nothing, Sambo and Dockers is already vacated. We vacated by end of July. So it's in the list, but because we need to pay for July, but already a solution has been found. Before December, I can commit that Capital Towers, as well as Crystal Park, Butongo Plaza East, all those four will be resolved in the next 6 months, and then the others will then follow. So if we ask for 18 months, we are not saying we are going to remain in this building for 18 months, but we are saying the last building will probably be vacated in 18 months. However, in the process, we will be working on vacating the building as we move along. So we are also recommendation number 3, that the deviation be approved for a maximum of 18 months. Hence, we emphasize maximum of 18 months, and that the city continue utilize the existing month-to-month leases for the duration of the deviation. When we draft this lease agreement, if this deviation has been approved, we are not going to write 18 months, but we are going to probably put 6 months from there month-to-month until 18. So that is when we need to exit, we can be able to exit this building. So, Chairperson, that is that in the nutshell, and the implication is clear. If ever this deviation is not approved, all this, the city is going to be literally be shut down, and we just have to close those offices. And somebody was actually advising that maybe let's consider looking at the Pretoria Showground and clear one of those halls, really, so that we move some of these buildings, because we acknowledge the fact that there is a possibility that we might not get an approval today. But if that's not the case, we'll accept it and improvise, even if it means we use Pretoria Showground to accommodate some of these buildings going forward. Chairperson, that is my report, and it's tabled, and thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. So I'm sitting as the group head of property again, and not as the BAC member. So all I wanted to add was in the 18 months that Sifiso was taking us through, there are also LLF consultations that need to take place, because that is a requirement in terms of policy. If you move any staff to a new building or to any other building that is not their normal primary place of work, The second thing is that it also encompasses the ICT infrastructure that then needs to be relocated or acquired and then installed for any building that we are going to move in to actually be operational. The last point that I just wanted to assist Sifiso with is that the Auditor General query in itself that we are trying to remedy. The finding of the Auditor General was that there was, even though the contracts are month to month, and we've had advice from Group Legal to say month to month agreements are tacit agreements, there are clauses in the agreements that allow for month to month. The problem is that it was never sanctioned by BAC. And that is why this report is brought through as a deviation report to sanction that. If the report is not approved, that means there is irregular expenditure. And as a city, we are going to have to stop occupation of all of these buildings. None of these can actually be processed further. So while we are having the discussion on irregular expenditure, if the report is approved, this report is actually trying to further us getting a finding and incurring additional regular expenditure. So the deviation is intended to regularize the current situation that we find ourselves in. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. So both legal and SCM comments are negative. Revised at least. Brad James, we need you fresh.
Why do you always start with me with these difficult reports?
We've seen it
These
so
are
many times.
complicated reports, man.
We've seen it so many times. We want a fresh mind.
No, man. Look, I think if you do, you damned. If you don't do, you damned. We must try and find the better devil in whose fire we can jump into. We either stay in the frying pan or we jump into the fire. So that is the first approach that I would want to us to have. We ought to do something. We can't leave this as it is currently. Whether a deviation is the best way to go, seeing that there was forensic investigations and recommendations to that effect, and unfortunately, and I'm using the word unfortunately guardedly, is that AGSA also jumped onto the same bandwagon to also regard it as irregular. So it put us in a bit of a peculiar situation. And that it is indeed true and correct what Varusha is saying, who's now acting as not as a member of the committee, but as the group head of the department. It's complex, colleagues, but I think let's first look at a few principles that I could gather in this extensive explanation. That the question that I'm asking, and if the gentleman that was presenting can just answer it as I ask them, so that I am able to sort of think very logically about this thing. In terms of the lease agreement, the expired leases that went on a month-to-month basis, I just want to check because I had to read through the report quite fast, Varusha. Was this month-to-month lease agreements, did it have a timeline stipulated, or was it an open-ended until we find alternative accommodation? If somebody can just help me with that, I didn't pick it up. Did you say month-to-month for a 6-month period, or was it open-ended until we find alternative accommodation or relocate people, or until reinstatement of the building? Because I would think that while we are reinstating, we are basically still in possession of the building. That is the first question. If somebody can just answer me that, but I'll proceed to the next. And this is more an opinion from myself, Chairperson, that if you are in occupation, which means you are in physical possession of any movable or immovable property, it means that the property owner can still continue to charge you a rental fee. That is my interpretation of how these kind of things work. And as a city, and now I'm referring directly to the city, and the city, you are therefore obliged to pay the rental fee, even if the contract came to an end. But the issue is more internal of nature, that as an organization, we did not fulfill our corporate governance duties by either doing another deviation so that we don't exceed the time limits and stuff like that. So that's internal to the organization, and that is what I think this report is trying to rectify. And therefore, it means that we really don't have a choice but then to ensure that we recommend this deviation. But we need to also be very careful on the timelines as we recommend this deviation to the accounting officer. That is the one aspect of it. We give them enough time to fulfill their legislative responsibility as a department, and that responsibility is based on ensuring that our staff members, the labor law, are accommodated in suitable buildings in terms of the OHS. And the other obligation is obviously contractual, which means they must then be given sufficient time to reinstate the buildings that they are going to move from. So that is what we need to take into consideration when we recommend this deviation in terms of the amount of time required. It has to be realistic, and I think the department must be careful not to shoot themselves in the leg and come after 6 months. If it is 6 months, I didn't read the recommendations, Varushak. I apologize for that. I was trying to listen and try to look for some loopholes in the report. So we need to give them a reasonable time to do everything that they need to do. Lastly, from my side, Chairperson, I'm leaning much more, because remember, when Group Property Management started with this project of theirs to minimize the expenditure on leases, they envisaged X amount of savings when they started this process some 2 or 3 years ago. I can't remember when was it. But I know if I recall those reports, they say we will definitely provide the city with so many million rands of savings if we do the following: accommodate so many departments in Middlestad, move so many people from Botongo, Rondavel, or wherever else, if I recall that report vividly. So the one thing is, have we started to achieve those envisaged savings? And then I'm leaning again much more to the showground issue. But even the showground issue have a particular process to follow. The department itself will need quite a bit of time and funding. And I think I heard Varusha talking about that, but I was just making my own notes on the side. It will require quite a bit of time and funding. For one, I mean, if you go to the showgrounds right now, it is in the worst condition that you would find any derelict building in. Trees are starting to grow in some of those buildings, right through the foundations. So there's a hell of a lot of work to be done in some of those halls and other buildings there. So we have to take that into consideration. There has to be an assessment done of how much time is really required to be able to fix some areas of the showgrounds to get into a state that is habitable in accommodating our staff members. Because now you're going to sit with the two unions. That's going to club you with a number of issues. OHS related issues, conduciveness in terms of spacing, amount of people in open plans and the like and the like and the like. So that level of consultation, the department needs time to do that, Chairperson. I think Varusha mentioned the issue. I've got it here, unfortunately. I kept it very broad and I said it will take a lot of time to ensure OHS compliance and installation of all required tools of trade. And I think Varusha just sort of summed it up more specifically to include your network issues and the likes. So Chairperson, for me, I would, after having applied my mind, considering where we are, considering the forensic report, considering the AGSA finding, considering the fact that we need to accommodate our staff members in a conducive environment, I would opt for the deviation with realistic timelines, but secondly, that the showground is our property, and therefore we need to maximize on the city's own resources and own properties so that we are less reliant on all these other buildings that we are renting, Chairperson. I think I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother James. Rosemary.
I knew you're gonna call me after Bra James.
You do very well.
Chair, look, where I'm sitting currently, regardless of both SCM and legal comments being either negative or positive, we are having a problem, we are having a challenge. And I do understand where these SCM as well as the legal comments are coming from, especially from the questions raised by the city manager when the report was sent back. Now, whether we will be called by the city manager to explain why we have written the comments the way we have written them, as I was asked yesterday, is another issue. We can gladly do so and explain to him. However, like I indicated last week, Chair, on Friday, we are sitting with a problem. We need to check as BAC which option will save the city, taking into account the issue of service delivery. Like as I've heard in the desk was saying that there are several departments that we are hosting, and not having offices to operate from, it will create a problem for the city. And I know, Chair, I'm not giving you a proper response. However, at this current moment, we just need to take a decision as the BAC, regardless of both the comments that are either positive or negative. And for me, where I'm standing, I'm still standing by my last week's comments, Chair, that for the sake of service delivery, not to be hampered, obviously, I would think that we need to approve this deviation. And whether there are investigations that are being held regarding this particular report is another thing. And once the investigation has been finalized and the recommendations thereof have been crafted, who will take it further and advise, or probably the city manager would take it further from his side as an accounting officer. Thanks, Chair.
Member Mpiff.
Chair, I think like I'd said in our previous meeting, that I am of the opinion that the reasons provided for the request for these deviations are justifiable for continuity of service. However, it does not now take away the fact that when this issue was, this process or the leases that we currently have were declared to be irregular. Up until now, we're still struggling with the specification from the department. It sort of changes a little bit the picture for me to say, I'm going to go to the latest meeting that we had with AG, which was April. And up until now, I'm still struggling to get the final spec, having engaged the department on this issue. And we are in September. So that's where my problem comes. Chair, if I were to look at this and say, as the BAC, we need to take the decision, I fully agree that we should be able to move forward with the deviation. However, I would then not allow a deviation to be recommended in this process, only to open up the POs that are not being processed for the leases or the accommodation that has been accommodation services that have already been rendered. So I would therefore then recommend again that there must be an ex post facto report drafted by this department for the end till the end of September. And any deviation that gets to be approved will then be forward from the 1st of October. And the only deviation that for me will seem to be reasonable, because if you look at the trend, Chair, the same service providers or the land lords will be the same. History has shown us will be the same as the ones that are going to be bidding. And we hardly get 10 bids. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, we're still going to have the same landlords coming back into this whole competitive bidding process. So that is why I'm saying, if you deviate, you're deviating from the 1st of October for a period of 3 months. And we are saying to the department must bring the specifications so that we advertise for the month of October, so that before the end of December, they have a tender. And I'm saying this because I am of the opinion that the same bidders where these employees are currently housed will be the same. So the issue of fixing the building for it to be habitable, whatever the right English is, to be an environment where it's good for employees to sit, it will be the same building. I do understand that a lot of work has been put through by the department. But again, certain aspects of this whole process makes me think twice to say, are we really interested in going out on a tender? And I'm speaking based on the fact that it's September. I do not have a tender. I cannot go out on a tender for this particular department. And I fully sympathize. I understand what are the changes that they had to go through as the city changes or chops this decision to another. That I agree. But I'm saying whatever that we've incurred right now, it cannot be accommodated in the deviation. Because if we wanted to, we should have then submitted a deviation in April. So I will not then allow a deviation covering April, May, June, July, August, September. The deviation, if it's approved by the BAC, it will start in October up until end of December, Chair. And the department must bring a final spec so that we can go out and fast track their specification process or advert or award, because then it will be the same service providers coming into play. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Group Head, do you want to comment?
Thanks, Chair. Let me start with James's comments. His first one was that leases are expired and on a month-to-month. Is there a timeline or is this open-ended? And did an extensive amount of work to ensure that we had a proper needs assessment and we submitted specs. If there's some issue with Koleka giving comments on the comments that we received from the specs we already submitted, we will address that. In fact, Sifiso, after this, I'll instruct him to go and urgently ensure that they are submitted. But Chair, if you understand the situation, the relationship with the current landlords is not optimal. We have had a breakdown with several of the landlords because of the issues of non-payment, because of reinstatement, etc. There is no bias with the existing landlords. We are facing a real challenge in terms of impracticality of moving the staff into new buildings. If it was that easy to just get the tender awarded and to move into the buildings or new buildings, we would have done that. And that is why in the time frame of the deviation, we anticipated for a new building to be moved into, not for 3 months from, not from when the approval is obtained, that we're just going to continue, because then we wouldn't have factored in the time frame. That means we would have just continued being in the same building and we wouldn't have had to get a new occupation certificate. We wouldn't have had to do tenant installation. We'd have to do no work. That is why the 18 months was factored in on the anticipation that we would get a new building. Thanks, Chair. So it's really it's unfortunate that that is the perception. I think as a department we've explained in quite detail of the challenges that we're facing. And yeah, that's it from me, Chair.
I want to avoid a dialogue. Your final comments, Member.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to come up with the way forward to say, Chair, because we understand that there might be new entrants and it's not that easy, obviously, to move from one building to another. And the deviation is requesting for 18 months. And I would like to say then let's prepare the showgrounds for 18 months so that if there are people that needed to be moved there, if there's a new entrance, they are moved there. If those ones that are still in the same building are in the same building, can just stay there. So I'm saying, Chair, let's prepare showgrounds. And the areas where the analysis has been done by the department, thinking that in this area you might have new entrants, that's part of planning. We make sure new showgrounds is available. And for those that we know, or we sort of feel that maybe it might be, we are trying to balance here. They might go back to the same buildings. Then we'll be lucky if we get the same people. So in the meantime, let's have showground prepared for a period of 18 months so that should the popo hit the fan and there is a new entrant, we are then ready to house these employees, even though it would not be the most suitable place for them, but it will be for 18 months. But I'm saying the deviation cannot be approved for a period of more than 3 months, Chair. We will have showgrounds as the backup. So they can start preparing it for these 3 months. So that when the new entrants are there and we need to move, we just move them to the showgrounds. And an ex post facto report be prepared till the end of September. And the new tender be advertised in October, subject to receipt of the final comments and the final spec from the department by tomorrow. Thank you, Chair.
Been discussing this item for an hour and a half.
Chairperson,
Short, please.
what DH PEFU is recommending, it's not as simple as that. Number one, they assuming this particular, for example, there is a station square, which is in region 1. The station square, if we advertise, it's highly unlikely that we are going to get another office space around there looking at the market. However, based on our revised needs of office space optimization, we already know that we are not going to occupy the same amount of space that we've been occupying. So it means a space reconfiguration will have to be done to reduce the size of a space in station. We are going to use lesser space than we are using. That will mean some work needs to be done in that space altogether, you know. So that is one part. And when we go out on tender, I personally, I don't want to go out on tender with the hope that the current service provider remains. I don't even think that is ethical. I think when we go out on tender, it's an open tender, as the word says, and it's open to everyone. I don't, Chair, I am not comfortable by being pushed to a corner where I am hoping for a certain outcome. Because the moment you begin to that is when you start doing things wrong. I think let's work on an open tender and plan for an open tender for new entrants going forward. You know, and from my part, I'm just gonna maintain that going forward. On these others, I'm not gonna be part of it. Thanks, Chair. .
Farusha?
Thanks, Chair. I'm just going to address the issue of the showgrounds because the showgrounds issue requires a substantial amount of work. And I think we've already indicated that you need ICT equipment moved. Once the tender is awarded, you're going to have to relocate the ICT infrastructure again from showgrounds to wherever. It will be subject to us investing in a building that we're then going to put out on tender because we have approval to go to market for the showgrounds. It's not a property that is intended for office accommodation. So saying 3 months, it doesn't mean that within 3 months, showgrounds is going to be ready or available. I'm not sure if the DH has ever visited showgrounds, but showgrounds are halls, huge empty halls that are in quite a derelict state that will require a substantial amount of budget. And we're going to invest that in a building and then exit it pending the approval of the lease. You're going to have a situation where you're going to incur fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And there's still the issue of consulting LLF to move departments to the showgrounds. And I can tell you now, that's going to be a mission on its own. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Farusha. Everyone submitted their comments. So back to the reason why the report was referred back. So members, we agree that despite the negative comments from SCM, from legal, due to operational requirements and the risk of the impact on service delivery by the city, the committee does recommend to the accounting officer that a deviation be approved, particularly because we are of the view that the department has really done as much as it could from a planning point of view to ensure that the open tender process is not circumvented, since the expenditure on month to month was declared irregular. And that is why our recommendation is different to what supply chain management has. Having said that, we do require the department and supply chain to ensure that the specifications are advertised or the tender is advertised by the end of this month, and that the relevant BEC that is going to consider this item is appointed and ready to consider the submissions as soon as there is closure, in terms of the tender process, and that the deviation be recommended from the 1st of October on a month-to-month basis for a period not exceeding, and this is where I'm still confused and I want input from colleagues in terms of the period. I think 3 months is not realistic. I think 18 months sounds excessive. So I'll need committee members to help me on that one. And then the last question from the accounting officer was the disclosure in the financial statements, and we can simply indicate that it's covered as part of the monthly report, but there's no harm in including it in this particular report. I'll stand back.
Thanks, Chair. I think when I raised my hand, you've covered me to say the deviation that gets to be approved is on a month-to-month basis, ne? Subject to a tender being in place or not exceeding 18 months, whichever comes first. And I want us to state this in this fashion, Chair, so that we get to be seen as a city that obviously wants to make sure that there are tenders in place and we want to implement or deal with them. So that extension, whether is it 18 months or whichever months, Chair, but there must be condition. If the tender is in place, we cannot go on for 18 months. And I'm telling you, Chair, we're going to have a tender in November. And then the department must come and explain to us why they still need to be in that deviation. So the resolution must be, Chair, on a month-to-month, subject to a tender. There must be a tender in place or 18 months, whichever comes first.
Thank you. Brother James, happy with the amended recommendation?
I'm happy with the chairperson. Thank you.
We are happy with 18 months. Minky?
Happiness, Chair, I'm covered.
Thank you.
Can I also come in, Chair?
There are 3 new hands. Hey.
The department can wait, and you've asked for inputs from the committee.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And then, Chair, if that is included, there must be also instructions as part of our resolution that there must have been a spec submitted by the Friday by the department. And SCM must have advertised the spec no later than the 1st of October. And SCM must make sure that the tenders are awarded not later than November. So those timelines as well, Chair, so that we don't look at the department alone and leave SCM to go and sleep on these things. So there must be a final spec with the comments that have been issued to the department submitted to us before end of September. SCM must issue the spec in October. It must be awarded before the end of November. So that when there are issues, let's say this particular deviation also gets declared irregular, we know who is responsible. Thank you, Chair.
All right. Should I give Sfiso or Verusha first?
You can give Safiso, Chair.
Chairperson, in the table in page 29, in terms of timelines, SCM, which is process, was only estimated to take 3 months, which I think what DH is alluding on is committing to stick to that. We would really appreciate that. But however, we are requesting 18 months not to do SCM process only. We are expecting to appoint within 3 months, but further to that, 15 months will go into preparing the space and occupying the building. So it can't be correct as DH is advising that let's just give a deviation for 3 months as if once SCM process is done, everything is done. There is a lot of work afterwards. And to be quite honest, Chairperson, I think we need to talk about these things very openly, no matter how difficult it is. One of the things that I'm engaging with SCM about, maybe it hasn't getting to you at D8. I was saying for the past couple of days, we really, I am now considering and I'm requesting to extend the term of a lease beyond 3 years, so that at least in some we make it 6 years, for a simple and obvious reasons of the nature of this tender. And if we do so, then it means it's going to follow another process, which may likely take longer than the set 18 months, because now you have to go to all the consultation, public participation. From the financial point of view, it makes a lot of sense to take these leases much longer, because in Middlestad, that building to be prepared, it has costed the landlord over 70 million. And that is how much it costs to reinstate a building of a mere 21,000 square meters. I am not counting the cost the city has spent on vacating other buildings and doing tenant installation, which is your Butongo, as well as Isivuno, and the other costs which exceed 30 million, including the cost we spend in Middlestad. If we are saying we are going to do that again in 3 years' time and spend the same money, I am not sure whether that is sustainable. We need to set a reasonable time that is also not for the benefit of the landlord, but for the benefit of the city, because of the financial viability of this kind of things. But this is something that I'm already, so the 3 months time is definitely not going to assist us. But maybe for me, I am prepared to try and push as much as I can to work on 18 months, not even 17 months, but 18 months, nothing less, to push as much as I can to finalize all that needs to be done in solving this problem once and for all, because we'll always have this issue every 3 years, and it's not going to go away if we don't address correctly going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Varusha.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I have no issue with the recommendations that have been provided. I think the 18 months subject to the tender being awarded is the problem for me, and it is ignoring the extensive presentations, the content of the report that we have explained. And, Member Tembeka was also part of a recent office space move. It took almost a year just to finalize LLF consultations. So if you're saying a tender is awarded, Today we have a new lease agreement. It does not mean that we have layout plans. It doesn't mean that the furniture is packed. It doesn't mean that ICT is available in the building. It doesn't mean that we have any building plans approved. We don't have fire certificates in place. You cannot move in immediately because there's a process that takes place after the award before you occupy. So even in our previous Middlestad, we indicated to you that the start date of a lease is the date of the occupation of the agreement, because a building has to be ready. If a building is not ready, if it's not OHS compliant, I cannot move anyone into the building. And the chances of the building, if it's a new building that we're going to get, is it's going to be a white box, which means it's not going to have necessarily partitioned in the way that the city requires that. It won't have your branding, it won't have your reception areas or your boardrooms. You'll have to fit it out according to whichever department is occupying the building. And that is the challenge, Chairperson. So simply getting a tender is not the only issue. It's one of several, and that is why the timeline was so detailed to explain the 18 months. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Varusha. Member Mpefu, is it critical that you speak?
Chair, it's not really critical, but I wanted to say I'm with the department and I'm for them, and I'm trying to make sure we reduce irregular expenditure as much as we can. And I hope they understand that I am with you guys. And whatever that we're bringing forward is to make sure that at the end of the day, if there are issues, we are all covered. So, Chair, I understand what they're saying, that when you get a tender, it will not be immediately, but there must be that resolution, Chair, that says SCM must make sure there's a tender awarded not later than end of November. I think that's where I want us to go. It must be included as part of the resolution, and the rest you can decide month to month, not exceeding 18, but by November there must be a tender. Thank you, Chair.
So advertised by 1st of October.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, and move supply chain to showgrounds.
Award by 30 November. Is it realistic?
100%. Come to me.
Okay.
Cheza.
I would also propose that the department submit progress reports to the accounting officer in terms of exiting the deviation and progress on getting the building that would have been sourced as part of the tender document ready for occupation.
Yes, Chair. Yes.
On the basis.
Yes, Chair. And I think we are done. And Chair, I like when you're saying is this realistic, because when we're faced with such situation, it cannot be business as usual. And I'm pleading with the department to make sure that if you usually take 18 months, make sure you try and push and see whether you can do it in 12 months. And I want to make that example to say I will take forever to our tenders, but because we're faced with this situation, I am committing to say within 1 month after closure, I would have tabled this report. And if we could all take it with that spirit, say it cannot be business as usual because we are in a crisis.
Thank you. So by the time the tender is advertised, the BEC must already be identified, no?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, Mama, action.
And then the department to prepare a post-factor report, updated post-factor report for the period up to end of September. As amended, colleagues?
As amended, Chair.
Yes, Chair, as amended.
Nkatel, can we take a break?
Supported, Chair. It's lunchtime.
We'll resume at 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
but this is something that I'm already, so the 3 months time is definitely not gonna assist us. But maybe for me, I am prepared to try and push as much as I can to work on 18 months, not even 17 months, but 18 months, nothing less, to push as much as I can to finalize all that needs to be done in solving this problem once and for all, because we'll always have this issue every 3 years, and it's not going to go away if we don't address correctly going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Farusha.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I have no issue with the recommendations that have been provided. I think the 18 months subject to the tender being awarded is the problem for me, and it is ignoring the extensive presentations, the content of the report that we have explained. And, Member Tembeka was also part of a recent office space move. It took almost a year just to finalize LLF consultations. So if you're saying a tender is awarded, Today we have a new lease agreement. It does not mean that we have layout plans. It doesn't mean that the furniture is packed. It doesn't mean that ICT is available in the building. It doesn't mean that we have any building plans approved. We don't have fire certificates in place. You cannot move in immediately because there's a process that takes place after the award before you occupy. So even in our previous Middestad, we indicated to you that the start date of a lease is the date of the occupation of the agreement, because a building has to be ready. If a building is not ready, if it's not OHS compliant, I cannot move anyone into the building. And the chances of the building, if it's a new building that we're going to get, is it's going to be a white box, which means it's not going to have necessarily partitioned in the way that the city requires that. It won't have your branding, it won't have your reception areas or your boardrooms. You'll have to fit it out according to whichever department is occupying the building. And that is
Happy with 18 months, Minky?
SCM must have advertised the spec no later than the 1st of October. And SCM must make sure that the tender is awarded not later than November. Issues, we are all covered. So, Chair, I understand what they're saying, that when you get a tender, it will not be immediately, but there must be that resolution, Chair, that says SCM must make sure there's a tender awarded not later than end of November. I think that's where I want us to go. It must be included as part of the resolution, and the rest you can decide month to month, not exceeding 18, but by November there must be a tender. Thank you, Chair.
And then the department to prepare post-factor report, updated post-factor report for the period up to end of September. As amended, colleagues?
As amended, Chair.
Yes, Chair, as amended.
Can we take a break?
Supported, Chair. It's lunchtime.
We'll resume at 1.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Felix, can we continue?
But this is something that I'm already, so the 3 months time is definitely but this is something that I'm already, so the 3 months time is definitely
Members, are you back?
Yes, Chair.
Yes, Chair, we are here.
Yes, Chair.
Mapula, let's proceed.
The next item is item 4.1, WS05 2022-23 tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of aerator gearbox at the wastewater treatment works as and when required for a period of 3 years.
Thanks. Spongseni, you'll advise when you're ready with those other two or that other one that we sent back. No? Who's the chairperson on this one?
Chair, it is myself, Victor Cooper.
Proceed.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will start by declaring I, Victor Cooper, put it on record that I don't have any interest in the report that I'm going to be presented now in any other matters that have been discussed in this committee. Thank you, Chairperson. I'm going to present WS05 2022-2023 as described by the Secretariat tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of aerator gearboxes at the wastewater treatment works, WWTWSN1 required for a period of 3 years. Chair, the basic facts about this tender is that it was advertised on the 10th of June 2022 and closed on the 10th of August of the same year. There was no briefing session for this bid, Chairperson. The responsible official is Stephen van der Merwe from the department, and the SAM official responsible for the administration of this bid is Madimeja Makafula. BEC members, Chair, are listed. As such, I'm not going to read them out. They are in the report. And there were 27 bids, Chair, that were received valid for 90 days. The estimated cost for this bid, Chair, is 20 million. But in terms of the current budgeted amount, it has been, as a BEC, we requested the admin official to get the actual figures budgeted. We came at 10.6 million, budgeted over the medium term to 2024-2025. Chair, page 3 to 7 of the report represents the specifications. Our key interest as BEC was the evaluation criteria contained in from page 6 to page 7 of the report. Going through the evaluation criteria, Chair, this is a three-stage evaluation tender, starting with admin compliance, mandatory requirements, and preference point system. The estimate being below 50 million is an 80-20 criteria, Chair. Stage 1, administrative compliance requires that they will assess the bidder's administrative responsiveness. Key, we look at the declaration forms, the MBD4, MBD8, and 9, and also the price schedule that must also be completed in full. And then move to the next stage, stage 2, which is mandatory requirements. It's got about 5 key items or key components that we've got to look at. First, the schedule of particulars and requirements have to be completed in full and signed by bidders. Item 2 is the product technical data sheets, brochures, and basic drawings for the different gearbox model types offered must also be included. The number 3 is that if the tenderer is the agent, not the manufacturer, but the agent of the equipment, they must submit the following: a letter from the original manufacturer stating that the tenderer is the agent in South Africa for the equipment offered. And it goes on to say, if the tenderer is not an agent for the equipment, the tenderer must submit either of the following in addition to the letter to the agent above. Then those items is that either there must be a quotation of the equipment obtained from the agent, clearly addressed to the tenderer and stating the date and the rate of exchange that the quotation is based on, or a letter from the agent clearly addressed to the tenderer stating the date that the tenderer has obtained a quotation from the agent and stating the country of manufacturer. Meaning these two must be, if the tenderer is not an agent, one of the two must accompany an agent letter or an OEM letter from the manufacturer to the agent. Item number 4 is that the bidder has to complete MBD 3.1 or 2. So either of the two, if they complete 3.2, it will be stating the price adjustments in the future based on the exchange rate. And if they complete 3.1, they will have to take the risk of price increases, meaning they will apply their rates for the rest of the for the entire contract period, which is 3 years. And number 5, a copy of the ISO 9001 certificate for the design and manufacture of gearboxes by the manufacturer. That is the mandatory requirement, Chair. And the third and final evaluation criteria is preference point system, and as I've indicated, it's an 80-20 given the value of the project. Chair, the evaluation criteria starts on page 8. The process itself, as we're evaluating as BEC, as I indicated earlier, we received 27 bids, and all the bidders have been found to be registered on the CSD. They also are not restricted bidders to do business with the state, and also the directors have indicated that they are not in the service of the state. We went on, Chair, to look at the key documents, the MBD document that I referred to earlier, which is part of the administrative compliance. When that exercise was undertaken, it was found that 14 bidders did not make it from this stage. These 14 bidders was as a result of various an inability to complete fully or to declare their standing in terms of the matters that are raised in the MBD forms. About 11 of them, Chair, out of the 14, did not declare their involvement in other companies, meaning, completing the MBD4, they must state that and also indicate the companies that are involved in, and they failed to do that. When we check against the CSD, which admin official did, but we also verified, it was found that, indeed these companies did not declare their involvement. And out of 14, 11 didn't do that, and 2 did not complete the price schedule in full, which makes it difficult, obviously, for them to evaluate in relation to price. And the other one failed to complete both the price schedule, and they did not also declare their involvement in other companies. That, Chair, left us with 13 bidders. This requirement, bidder number 1, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 19, 20, 23. Chair, they are. And this particular bidder's chair, next stage, which is the mandatory. The evaluation is either you attach or not attach, you get.
Sorry, Victor, I don't know if it's just me, but you keep on disappearing. Can members hear Victor clearly?
Chair, I also can't hear him clearly.
My sincere apologies. I've got some challenges with my laptop, but always when I'm attending your Teams, I got to not hearing me properly. I'm speaking closer to the screen. Chair, I'm not sure if now I'm full enough.
It comes and goes. Let's try.
Okay. I am on the stage 2, Chair, military evaluation, and that is where the 13 bidders out of 27 advanced to this stage. And there's 5 requirements that bidders must meet. So the bidders are expected to meet one or I'm expected to meet all the requirements. One or more, then the bidder will be disqualified. The 13 bidders, Chair, were subjected to the military evaluation, and out of that, about 11 that they either miss 1 or 2, they or they fail to meet.
Victor, it's not working. The last minute or so has just been bad.
Victor can come through to my office and make the presentation.
Thank you, member.
Actually, he can go to Sbong Sale because I'm using something else. I'll call him, Chair.
Candice go see the vet.
Sibongiseni uko House.
Victor,
Tana House.
why is taking so long?
He was go first floor boardroom.
Oh,
But if it
Yes, sorry, Victor is here. Oh,
okay, you just have to sound on the other one, please.
Chairperson.
Proceed, Victor.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure whether to just start from the beginning because we're saying being problematic from the start or to proceed where I left off.
Proceed from the mandatory, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The mandatory evaluation, Chair, has about 5 components, and as I've listed them, that is where out of the 27, earlier indicated that 14 were disqualified administratively. Then we got left with 13 that advanced to mandatory evaluation. We evaluated those. Out of those 13, 11 did not meet one or more of the mandatory requirements, and as a result, they were disqualified. 2 bidders that advanced to the third and final stage, which is a preference point system, are reflected on page. They are page bidder 9 and 19 are the ones that advanced to the final stage. Page 18 of the report contains the prices of the remaining 2 bidders. Price per type of the gearbox, and that those prices were totaled for evaluation purposes. After having totaled them and comparing the totals, bidder number 19 scored the highest points with a total price of 2.5 million against number 9, who scored 26.3 million. The 80-20 results, Chair, are on page 19. And also recommend, based on the final stage of evaluation, and the recommendation, Chair, is on page 20. That's where the BEC recommends that bidder number 19, based on the final stage of evaluation, be recommended for the tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of aerator gearboxes at the wastewater treatment works, WWTWS, and when required for a period of 3 years, Chair, with the following price per gearbox type. We also further say all these recommendations, Chair, were in accordance with the municipal specifications and conditions of tenderer and their tender. At the group head, water and sanitation manages the expenditure incurred for the duration of the contract within the available budget. And as stated earlier, Chair, the available budget has shown to be half of the estimated cost. Thank you, Chair. The report is presented to the BAC for approval. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Victor. Annalene, if you can just confirm that budget for us.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I can confirm the budget. I quickly went on to SAP is exactly as stated in the report. So the budget is the 2 million is available on that WBS for the current financial year, and then the 8.641072 for the next financial year. The original, or the budget, the total budget for the current financial year is 4 million. Sorry for that, but there's already a commitment of 2 million, so that's why the available budget is 2 million for a current financial year. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, members. Your comments, Varusha.
Thank you, Chairperson. I had a few queries. The first one was relating to the issue of budget that we just discussed, purely because if you look at the tender award price and the estimated costs, it's actually 20 million that's estimated. I also wanted clarity in terms of there's a reference made to an MBD3 form. I think it's on page 12 under mandatory requirements, but I didn't pick up an MBD3 when we were looking at the documents in terms of mandatory. If you can just give me some guidance in terms of how we relate to the MBD3 form. And then, Chair, the next question relates to the service provider that is recommended. The estimated quantities are not what I would assume is 1 unit. You are estimating quantities for 3 units, 6 units, 8 units. What is the rationale for the quantities that are estimated if it's on an as and when required basis? Thanks, Chair. That's it from me.
Thanks, Ashanti.
Chair, I have no question. Some of the questions, especially the one that relates to the number of quantities on that on the report on page. I can't remember the pages. This is exactly what Verusha is talking about. Chair, thanks.
Thanks, Madam. Member Mpefu.
Yes, Chair, yes. No, I'm covered by the members. Chair, in terms of questions, we'll just wait for the BEC and the department to respond. Thanks.
Victor.
Thank you, Chair. I noted 2 questions, one on MB3. It's uncommon, Chair, that you have that as a mandatory requirement in the tender documents. It's regarded as one of the returnable documents anyway. But in this one, it was included as mandatory. But we had to, as BEC, apply what the evaluation criteria is saying. Because at the end of the day, you can't have a no on that one. Rather, we can't disqualify you at all. Because you either choose 3.1 or 3.2. So if you have 3.1, the requirement is also saying, if you say 3.1, it means you are fixing your prices. So for the next 3 years, you will take the risk of whatever exchange rates and so on and so on. If they are low, you also take the benefit. Then 3.2, it's about non-fixed prices, meaning over time you have the right to, as we place an order, to say based on the exchange rates, these things have changed or whatever variables that might have affected the price. So it's all yes. Whether you complete one or the other, you still advance to the next stage. The only thing is that when you complete the firm one, which is 3.1, you then take the risk and the benefit. In terms of quantities, the department maybe may respond, but I know quantities are used just to have an estimate. It's not really something, or rather to assist the bidders also to do the calculation, so that as a department you also have an overall cost from the bidders of the items that you may require for the next 3 years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. If you can just confirm, so we've got the documentation for particularly the disqualifications and admin, as well as the mandatory requirements section. Victor?
Chair, I missed that one.
What are the documentation that supports the disqualifications and the admin? So under point 3, as well as under point 4 on the mandatory requirements, because I want them to be part of the pack.
Yes, Chair, I expected they are part of the pack. Are they not in the, well, we're going to have to check, but indeed, yes, I expect them to be part of what the official has complied, or rather put together for the BAC.
Okay, please share the same with Mapula.
Okay, we'll do so, Chairperson.
Member Mpefu?
Chair, I think it will be difficult for the BAC to include disqualifications for mandatory, because for mandatory you look at what is it that is there and what is it that is not there. So if for mandatory purposes you're required to submit something, and if it's not there, I disqualify you. I've got nothing to prove as the BEC. So maybe advice can be taken from the committee as to what is it that can be brought by the BEC to prove. I'm specifically talking about mandatory. It gets easier when it's administrative compliance, because we're specifically working on MBD forms. So if it's not completed, it's not completed. We can submit that as a document that has not been completed in full. But when it comes to mandatory, you are requested to submit a schedule of particulars. You submit a brochure or something. You must submit an OEM letter. And if it's not there, they can't prove to you, Chair. A copy of ISO certificate, I will disqualify you because it's not there, and I have nothing to show to you, Chair. I'm speaking on behalf of the BAC. So I'm saying, as he agrees to say it should have been part of the pack, it's not practical. The only thing that we can be able to submit is the pricing schedule and your MBD forms as proof of disqualification. The only thing we have as proof in terms of the report is just that table that talks to what was submitted, what was not submitted.
Okay, noted.
Okay, Chair. So, Chair, we do request all the administrative compliance disqualifications to be loaded, because there we can have proof. So we must just make sure it forms part of the pack, Chair. Thanks. I will make sure it is there if it's not already there, Chair, for your pack for you to approve if you are approving. Thanks.
Thank you. So this is meant to be a rates tender, right? On an itemized basis.
Yes, Chair.
So we lose estimated quantity and total price.
Correct, Chair.
Thanks. As amended for 3 years.
As amended, Chair.
Yeah, as amended. As amended.
Yes, thank you, Mapula. Let's proceed to the next one.
Then I've got others. But others,
5.
Second one is from Environmental and Agriculture Management, BAM 01 2022-23, cancellation, appointment of a service provider to supply and deliver feed for animal to the city of Tshwane Nature Reserve and Resort, 3-year period as and when required.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. It's from Fanny again. I'll be taking you through the report. The report is reference number EAM 01 2022-2023. It's a cancellation for the appointment of a service provider to supply and deliver feed for animals to the city of Tshwane Nature Reserve and Resort for 3-year period as and when required. Page 2 was a competitive and open bid. Specification was approved on the 7th of March 2022. Bid advertised on the 10th of June 2022. Bid closed on the 4th of August 2022. Briefing session was on the 29th July 2022. An official responsible from the department, it's Lina Tutoit, and acquisition official, it's Abel Valoy. The bid is still valid. It expires on the 6th of November 2022. 41 bid documents were received for this bid. Moving to page 11 of the report. The stages of evaluation. This tender was evaluated in 4 stages: the administrative compliance, mandatory requirement, functionality criteria, and the preference point system 80/20. And moving to page 15. Sorry. Yes, it's just the name of all the bidders that submitted the document, which are 41. I won't be reading each and every line item. But then for pre-compliance, the CSD registration was checked, the tax compliance, restricted employees, state employees verification, and briefing session if the bidders did attend or not. And Chair, all the bidders did comply with CSD tax compliance, restricted employees, and whether they were state employees or not, all of them were not. However, some of the bidders did not attend the briefing section, which was compulsory. Therefore, bidder number 2, 4, 6, 7, 13, 14, 19, 30, 31, 32, 33, and 38 were disqualified for not attending the briefing session, which was 12 bidders. Therefore, for the next stage, only 29 bidders proceeded to the next stage, which was the first stage, the administrative compliance. On the administrative compliance, we checked the MPD 4, MPD 8, and MPD 9. And the finding were as follows. Bidder number 1 did not declare involvement in other companies. Bidder number 8 did not declare involvement in other companies. Bidder number 10, MPD form was not completed. Bidder number 17, MPD 4 form was not completed. Bidder number 22, MPD 4 form was also not completed. Bidder number 23, MPD 4 form was also not completed. Bidder number 26, they did not declare their involvement with other companies. 27, MPD 4 form was not completed. Bidder number 29, also MPD 4 form was not completed. Bidder number 35 did not declare their involvement in other companies. Bidder number 35 did not declare their interest in involvement in other companies. Bidder number 36 also did not declare their involvement with other companies. Bidder 37 did not declare their involvement with other companies, and also the MPD 4 was not fully completed. Therefore, those bidders were disqualified at this stage, which is bidder number 1, 8, 10, 17, 22, 23, 26, 27, 29, 34, 35, 36, 37. And then moving to the next stage, which was stage 2, mandatory requirement, we were left with 16 bidders. And for stage 2, the bidders had to provide a SABS manufacturing capacity report certificate as proof that they have a SABS approved factory facility that can manufacture the required animal feed according to the specification. They also had to, or the second option was bidder to whom intermediary supplier to provide written consent of manufacturer consent to from the manufacturer to supply the required animal feed according to the specification, bidder to attach the SABS manufacturer capacity report certificate for the manufacturer that they will be using. And then the second requirement was that the bidder needed to attach the Annex 2 certificate in respective to the taking of samples in terms of Section 15 of Act 36 of 1947, Fertilizers, Farming, Feed, Agricultural Remedies and Stock Remedies Act of 1947, Act 36 of 1947. The third requirement was that the senior manager or relevant staff members should be in possession of the related SACA or AgriSeta accreditation qualification, either one of the listed qualification, which was the National Certificate Animal Production, National Certificate Plant Production, National Certificate in Feed Processing and Packaging, National Certificate in Grain Milling, or any other relevant qualification. Bidder number 3 did not attach any of the 3 required documents. Bidder number 5 did not attach any of the required documents. Bidder number 9 did not attach any of the required documents. Bidder number 12 did attach the manufacturing certificate and the qualifications for the personnel. However, they did not attach the other requirement. And then bidder number 15 did not attach all 3. Bidder number 16 also did not attach all 3 required documents. Bidder number 21 did not attach the first 2. However, they did attach the qualifications of the personnel. Bidder number 24 did not attach the first 2, but attached the last information about the personnel's qualifications. Bidder number 23 also did not attach the first 2, but they did attach the information about the qualifications of the personnel. Bidder number 28 did the same thing, did not attach the first 2, but attached the information, the qualification information of the personnel. And bidder number 89 did not attach the first 2 required document, but did attach the last document, the information about the qualifications of the personnel. Bidder number 40 did not attach the first 2 required document, but also only attach the qualifications of the personnel. And bidder number 41, which was the last bidder, did not attach all 3 required documents. Therefore, all the remaining 16 bidders were disqualified under mandatory stage. And Chair, as BEC, we would like to recommend for a cancellation as there were no acceptable tender received for this specific tender. Thank you.
You. Members, the report is tabled for your comments. Member Mpefu.
Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure whether the chairperson just had missed certain things in the mandatory requirements, because she will then read bidder number 3 did not attach, bidder number 5 did not attach, while there's an attachment on the last requirement and so forth. So she started reading the report not in a manner in which it is tabled to us, Chair, up until maybe after bidder number 16, then he started reading it correctly. And I'm just saying that it's important because we can use this information to obviously shape the spec as we move forward, Chair. So if this information is not correct to whatever that she was saying, it must be corrected as such, or she can confirm that the information that is in our reports is the correct information. Because if she's reading something else, even though the whole entire list, even if you don't have one, it becomes a disqualification. But if you read it bidder number 5 and say they did not attach everything while there was an attachment, we could use that information for the specification purposes. So it must be corrected, Chair. That was just my comment to say she must just go through this table again and make sure whatever that she was saying matches what is written in this report, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Varusha.
Thanks, Chair. It is unfortunate that it was cancelled at a stage 2 mandatory requirements. So while I recommend the cancellation, I would ask that the department review the specification, because clearly there is an issue in terms of the service providers meeting the requirements. And Chair, if they could just indicate the budget as well in the report. I didn't see any indication of the budget that was going to be provided. Thanks.
Thank you. Ashminki.
Chair, nothing from my side.
Thank you. Swangiseni, you can just comment.
Yes, no, what member Kwefu has raised, but maybe I might have read it incorrectly, but that the table is indeed correct. The information presented on the table is correct. I'm sorry for the mistake. It was just an honest mistake from my side.
Thank you. So the department would need to review the specification to determine which of those, particularly the mandatory requirements. I'm sure they are not all applicable to each and every item. So maybe they can be specified which items they relate to. Supply chain must just ensure in the briefing session that the discussions with regards to the MBD forms is also emphasized to bidders, so that bidders are aware of that. As amended, colleagues.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
As amended, Chair.
I have item 6 from Group Human Capital, 6.1 GHCM 04 2021-22, tender to appoint service provider to procure a vision tester machine for the city of Tshwane, 3-year period as and when required.
Again, Chair and members, I'll be taking you through the report. My name is Bonseni Nene, once again. The reference number for the tender is GHCM 04 2021-22. Description: it's tender to appoint service provider to procure a vision tester machine for the
Sorry,
city.
Chair. Apologies. Is it 21-22 or 22-23?
It's 21-22.
Chair.
Yeah, Bill.
Yes. Sorry, it should read 22-23.
Yes, Secretariat, please correct. It's GHCM
You
04
got it wrong.
22-23.
Yes.
Thanks.
Then can you also please check the spec date, because it's also saying 2021.
Okay, I'll verify this back. Okay. The specification, but I'll double check the date for the specification. It says 6 June 2021. I'll verify that. And bidder was advertised on the 10th of June 2022. There was no briefing session. The bid closed on the 22nd of July 2022. And the responsible official was Lina Tutoit, and acquisition it's Dimakato, my man. The tender expires on the 20th of October 2022. Therefore, the tender is still valid. 19 bid documents were received for this tender, and the budget is 500,000. Moving to page 4 of the report, the stages of evaluation. This tender was evaluated in 3 stages: the administrative compliant, sampling evaluation, and the preference point system 80/20. On page number 5, it's just a list of all the bidders that submitted. There were 20 documents that were received. However, bidder number 1, Motswane M, submitted 2 documents. That's why there are 19 tender documents received, because the other one submitted twice. So moving along for the pre-admin compliance stage, all bidders were checked for tax compliant, if they are restricted by suppliers, and if they are state employees or not, and their CSD, all the bids were compliant. And then we moved to the first stage, which was admin compliant, where the bidders had to complete MBD 4, MBD 8, MBD 9. Bidder number 1 did not declare on MBD 4 and did not declare their interest on MBD 4, and bidder number 2 also did not declare their involvement with other companies. Bidder number 6 also did not declare their involvement with other companies. Bidder number 7 also didn't declare their involvement with other companies. Bidder number 13 also did not declare involvement with other companies. Bidder number 14 also didn't declare their involvement with other companies, and bidder number 19. Therefore, at this stage, 7 bidders were disqualified. And then the remaining bidders were evaluated for sampling. But we sent a letter for sampling, but only 3 bidders came for the sampling evaluation stage, which was bidder number 3, bidder number 16, and bidder number 17. Therefore, bidder number 4, 5, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, bidder number 15, and bidder number 18 were disqualified at this stage, as they did not attend the sampling evaluation stage. So for the sampling stage, the specification for the machine, it had to be the visual testing machine should be able to do the following, which is 1, to test the right eye and the left eye separately. All bidders met the specification. And then the second requirement was a depth vision. All the machines were qualified, met the specification requirement. A peripheral vision, all the 3 machines met the specification. Color vision, all 3 machines met the specification. Ability to rate vision test on the score of 1 to 12, all 3 machines met the specification. And then the accessory kit, all 3 machines met the specification. 1 standard slide package, all 3 machines met the specification. Vision tester reference and training manual, all 3 machines met the specification. The last requirement was the accessory kit needed to include dust cover, pointer lens cleaner, headrest, tissue, recording forms, and instruction manuals. Only bidder number 3 machines was able to meet this requirement. Bidder 16 and 17, the machine that they provided did not meet this particular requirement of the specification. Therefore, bidder 16 and 17 could not be evaluated further. And then for the pricing, we only had to consider bidder number 3, which is Colored Trading and Projects Pty Limited. Their vision tester machine was priced at 128,500 Rand, and that is exclusive of VAT. Yes, and yes, therefore the committee is recommending to BAC for the appointment of Colored Trading and Project Pty Limited to be recommended for the tender to to procure a vision tester machine for the city of Tshwane for the period of 3 years as and when required for a price of 128,500. Thank you.
So it's clear from this that the demand management did not do market testing. Going through this long tender process to get to 128,000. That could have been resolved by just having formal price quotations. But anyway, members, I'm assuming it's only one that they are procuring.
They indicated that there are 7 clinics, so they will be procuring for all 7 clinics.
Okay, I withdraw then my statement. Member Mpiv?
Chair, I'm a bit confused. Chair, sample evaluation stage, the bidder must bring along a machine that is understandable, but the machine must comply with SABS standards. Is there, okay, Chair, this one, I think maybe because I didn't read the report. So is there a standard that is set for these machines that they must, because you are just saying SABS standards. I'm not sure how was this then evaluated, according to which standards. Maybe if it's written there in brackets, maybe it will be easier then for us to say the report is a fair evaluation process. Chair, the vision testing machine must be able to test the left and right eye separately. But the response we're getting, Chair, is submitted. I'm confused. Are we saying
it's yes? I just under submitted. There is a yes.
Yes. So the vision testing machine must be able to test the left and the right eye separately. You are just saying submitted. Are you saying it can or it can't?
It says yes, meaning it can. And then when it says no, it says it can't.
Okay, so submitted, I'm reading it incorrectly, as in I'm just assuming it's a submission. Not that the fact that you've tested it and you are able to say it can test the left and the right eye separately.
According to the information from the people who were running the sampling process, they tested the left and right eye, and the yes means that the machine is able to test the left and right eye properly.
But you do understand our concern. When you say submitted, it means something else.
Yes.
Yeah, because the vision tester must have manual controls. That I agree. It has manual controls as well as then you can say that yes, it does have, because we've seen it. It has been submitted. Chair, if the BEC did not do the actual, you must. I apologize, Chair, in advance when it comes to this report. If the BEC did not do the actual sampling, we are assuming that they've attached the results of the people who were sampling, signed by them before they obviously put them into their report. I'm struggling to open the report, so we will just need that information where the people who are testing have said this is the case, and obviously that information was then included in the evaluation report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Varusha.
Thanks, Chairperson. From my side, if we can just start with the division that you're talking about with the front page of the report. You say the department is group human capital, but the division is economic development. If you can just correct that. And then in terms of the budget, is this an OPEX or a CAPEX item? Because I couldn't identify from the way the report is drafted if we are purchasing these machines and we purchase them within our budget within a 3-year period as and when required, or if there's some sort of like a lease option in this. It was very difficult for me to understand what we were actually doing, because it seems like a tender to appoint to purchase the machine as and when required. So if I can get clarity on that. And with regards to, there are 3 stages in this particular evaluation, and I don't see a functionality criteria. Just from an SCM perspective, and it might not be correct to ask the BEC this, but perhaps if there's anyone from SCM that can answer. Is functionality not a requirement in addition to a sample of the evaluation? So I would assume that you would want further scrutiny of the functionality of the company or the machine, other than the way that it's currently indicated. But I'm subject to correction on that particular item. And then I think just in terms of the recommendations as well, you are referring to economic development there again. And you are requesting for a vision testing machine at 128,500. So the way the recommendation is drafted, it's as if it's just once off. I understand it's as and when required, but if you could just review the way the drafting of the recommendation is. Thanks.
Thanks, Varusha. Osminki?
Nothing from my side. I think most of my queries were addressed by SIST. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Rosina, do you want to introduce yourself and declare?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Rosina Mujisa, the Acting Chief Occupational Health Nurse under Group Human Capital Management, and I declare that I don't have any interest or any shares in the items that are being presented today. I just want to add on what Sibongiseni has already presented with regards to the evaluation stage. What happened is there were 7 bidders that were supposed to come for this stage, but only 3 pitched up, Kilo Trading Group 50 and Nkat Corp. So what happened is they brought different vision screener machines, and we occupational health nurses, because we are the ones that are going to use the machines, we checked all the specifications that were required if they are in place. So like Sibongiseni already mentioned, there was only one that managed to meet all the requirements as compared to the other 2. And the machines, it also needs to comply with National Road Traffic Act and also Occupational Health and Safety Act with regards to the vision testing of our drivers. Thank you very much.
So who was involved in the sample testing?
Okay, there were 3 occupational health nurses, 2 from Belle Ombre and 1 from CDVET Occupational Health Clinic.
Okay, because that attendance register is important for this.
Oh, okay.
That's good, yes. Sibongiseni, if you can respond to the other questions.
Yes, Chair, we will correct the first page and also the recommendations. We will correct the recommendation as advised by the BAC members. Whether it's CAPEX or OPEX, I think the department can answer that. I'm not sure if it's OPEX or CAPEX.
Sorry, Sibongiseni.
No, the member Verushna asked if it was an OPEX or a CAPEX item. And I'm saying I'm not too sure. Maybe you as the department will have better knowledge of the budget category that was used for this particular item.
Oh, okay. Apologies. With regards to the budget, I'm not sure how to answer that one. Just hold on a second. Can I get back to you on that one when you amend the report? Is that okay, Swenkseni?
Just a second, Annalene.
Okay, maybe just to assist the department, I see on CAPEX there is a budget allocated towards medical equipment under WBS 9.714057.1. There's a budget of 500,000 for the current financial year. So the department just needs to look into that because it might be that this is the project that they will utilize. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Spongisena, I didn't hear the response on the SABS, or maybe Rosina, which specific one was referred to. If I missed it, my apologies.
Or through you, Chair, I don't think we've mentioned it. Yes, all the machines that were submitted, they met the SABS standards. It's just that the other two did not meet the other specifications.
The question is, which specific standard is it?
Sorry?
The question is, which specific standard is it?
That they did not meet.
And that they are required to meet.
Or it must be only a screening machine, not a screening and diagnostic. The other two were diagnostic in a sense that they would require also an optometrist to use.
Maybe you're not understanding. So in the specifications, it says the machine must comply with the SABS standard, but it doesn't say which one. So, and if we are not specific, it's unfair for us to disqualify people that would have submitted anything because we are not specific about which standard it is.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
Is there a specific standard from SABS that should have been complied with?
Not really. I think they were disqualified because of the inability to test one of the specifications from our side, not as the SABS standard.
Spongiseni, can you confirm when the BEC was evaluating what specific SABS standards you were evaluating against?
Chair, there was no specific SABS standard. We were checking only in terms of if the machine is able to meet the required specification as indicated on page 11, but there was not a specific standard that was given to us to evaluate on.
Remember, then page 10 is a problem. In the sample evaluation stage, although it might not necessarily change the results. Any recommendations on how we did? We don't have a CM in the room today, no?
Chair, they're attending oversight.
Oh. So how do we deal with this SABS story? Because we can't as a disqualification criteria.
Chair, we could say we do take note of the fact that there was no set SABS standard and therefore cannot be used as the disqualification. However, we have looked at the actual results tabled. We know even if we were to give them yeses, it will not necessarily change the results, Chair. So that it's not seen as something that we did not consider. We are seeing it, and we are therefore allowing everyone whose compliance was written no to be changed to yes, but however, it will not then change the results because all those whose no, they had no on the other side. They had also no on the other side where the bidder was supposed to bring along a machine, whatever the other requirement. So it will not change the results, but we must note it that we are of the opinion that they should be given an opportunity. But looking at the facts and at our disposal, we know that it will not then change the results.
That's fine. Members as amended.
As amended, Chair.
It's 128 per item. It's group head, human capital management, and in the body of the report, we'll then note or amend the SABS requirement and make a note that due to the fact that it was not specific, we could not disqualify bidders for that particular requirement. Thank you, members. To our next item.
Chair, can I just come in again?
Yes.
Apologies. Or maybe because the no was not given because they are saying it's not compliant. The bidder was supposed to bring along the machine. And we're saying there's no machine.
Yes.
So then by default, they then just wrote no.
It's bidder must bring along machine and conduct the presentation.
Yes.
Yes.
So they didn't bring anything.
They didn't come.
They didn't come, Chair. Yes.
Can you make a note of that? But in either case, that SABS standard, you must just make a note. I mean, it's something for the BSC to also note.
Consider, yeah.
Yes, I mean, we must be specific. We must be specific. So the no there is saying that they did not attend.
Yes. So the machine is not SABS because there was no machine to evaluate.
And because there was no set standard, Chair, you can see everyone who submitted was given a yes, or who came was given a yes on both sides. I think the committee was also confused, but I think it's a matter of us making sure that we do bring this to the attention of the spec going forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Spongiseni, your outstanding item.
Yes, Chairman. Yes, the documentations that you requested have been loaded to the drive. You requested for the prices for the two bidders and the CSD report for SS01.
Okay. And the BEC is comfortable that they've applied the MBD for the disqualifications correctly, no?
Yes.
I thank you, members.
As recommended, Chair.
As recommended.
Chair, as recommended.
Thank
As
you.
recommended, Chair.
That was for item 2.1. Who's that? That last
Chair,
one.
we've got an additional member here.
Because we're looking for a member. Who are you? Looking for a member. That was the only one, eh?
Yes, Chair.
All right. Mapula, let's proceed.
The next item is item 8.1, GFS 5, 2021-22, further report. Tender for the appointment of balance sheet revenue enhancement solution, which includes identification of properties that are built with incorrect rate categories, identification of properties that are not in the general valuation role and billing system, data cleansing and maximization of property rate revenue in line with municipal property rate Act for a period of 2 years, 24 months on as and when basis.
Thank you. The item was sent back for taxes. Who's here to present the item?
Chairperson, justice is not sure.
Okay, we defer. Item 8.23, 8.2.
8.2 is
Sorry,
GFS.
Chair. Sorry, Chair. How do we defer the item, Chair? When it's tax matters, who can't Secretary tell us that the tax matters are in order? Chair, can you hear me, Chair? Chairperson of the BAC.
Someone keeps on muting me. Who is it? Mapula Kwen.
No, Chairperson, it's not.
Honoring Member Mpefu.
No, Chair, I just wanted to find out about who's supposed to present what. And I remembered that we had said SCM must come back and present the results, but it's fine. Thank you, Chair.
Where is, oh, can you said SCM is in, is it Repco or oversight? I know why is Repco taking so long today?
Repco, they're done. They couldn't even do my presentation.
How?
They took forever.
On which one?
On your items, Chair, I'm not sure, but oversight, it started at 12, I think, so they're still busy.
Okay. So do we have anyone to present these items?
I think Victor is here. If
Oh.
if it's price adjustments.
Mapula item 8.2, I think it's Inos.
Yes.
Item 8.2 is GFS 03 2021-22, tender for the supply and delivery and offloading of denim jeans, golf shirt, and warm jackets, 3-year period as and when required.
Thank you. Inos?
Okay. Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon. Can I introduce myself, Chairperson?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Inos Rabonwana, Chairperson of the BEC Committee. I'm here to present GFS 3, 2021-2022. Maybe let me start by declaring members are here by declaring that I do not have any personal interests in GFS 03, 2021-2022. The tender is from Group Financial Services, tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of denim jeans, golf shirt, and warm jacket for 3 years period as and when required. On the next sheet, Chairperson, the spec specification was approved on the 22nd of July 2021. Bid advertising date was the 30th of July 2021. There was no briefing session. Bid closing was the 9th of February 2022. We received about 102 bids on this tender, and the tender has been extended until November 2022. This is the stock item tender. The budget there is estimated at 40 million for SN1 required. From the next page is the specification going down. If you go to page 5, you'll see the evaluation stages there. Stage 1, pre-qualification. Stage 2, administrative compliance. Stage 3, local content. Stage 4, mandatory. And stage 5 is preferential point system. And then we'll move to under local, the requirement is 100% local for all the items. And we'll move to page 9. On page 9, we listed all the bids that submitted the tender on time. And then on the item number 2, and then the following page, of which is on page 11, is the pre-compliance that we did. That's the first stage. And then on that pre-compliance, all the tenders went through. There's no tender that was disqualified based on that. And the next stage is the schedule of administration compliance. And if you go to page 18, you will see that 43 bidders are disqualified administratively. Therefore, they will not be considered for the further stage. We indicated they will set them there, and they indicated the reasons on the far right column. And if 59 bidders qualified for admin will be evaluated further. And the next stage is the local chairperson, sorry. Content. I think there is just some spelling error there. Instead of local contact person, we wrote mandatory. It's not mandatory there. But under the on page 21, going forward, you will see where we populated the result of local content and administration on 3.2 from page 23. And then there were about 26 bidders that were disqualified based on the local content. And 31 bidders will be considered for further mandatory stage, of which is the next stage on page 25. So our mandatory also needed those two things that we indicated them there on that, on 4.1. We've got 26 bidders that were disqualified on mandatory compliance, will not be evaluated further. And on point 28, 4.41, we've got that 5 bidder that will be considered for further evaluation. And on item number 5, page 29, is the price for acceptable bidders that went through for all the items, or we listed them going down until page 32.
this tender chairperson is awarded per section. So we had to do 80-20 per section. It's an 80-20 tender. So on the section A, bidder number 5 was the highest point scorer. Section B, bidder number 8, highest point scorer. Section C, bidder number 47, highest point scorer. Section D, bidder number 8, highest point scorer. Then we move to item number 8, where we listed all those 3 highest point scorers with their registration numbers and also CST numbers. Then item number 10 is the recommendation chairperson that the following that be recommended for the tender for supply and delivery for an offloading of denim jeans, golf shirt and warm jacket, 3 years period as and when required. That bidder number 5 be recommended for section A. And bidder number 8 be recommended for section B. Bidder number 47 be recommended for section C. Bidder number 8 be recommended for section D. And all the recommendations are in accordance with the municipal specification and condition of tender and the tender. And then that the group paid good financial service department ensure all the municipal rate taxes or municipal service charges of recommended tenders or any of their directors are not in areas and paid up during the period of the contract. And then point number 3, we indicate that the group head for group financial services manages the expenditure incurred for the duration of the contract. And then the highlighted one that we indicated that in the event of the recommended bidder failed to deliver, the second highest point scorer be appointed, and then if the second failed, the third highest scorer be recommended for the appointments. The reason we added that was that this tender, obviously before it was advertised, there was no market analysis that was done. But if you look at item and section C, yeah, section C, especially based from the experience that I have on the other side, is that the amount charged there seems to be a bit lower than more lower than the one that we used to purchase from the previous tenders. Hence, we put that close to guard that because we didn't have the reason to disqualify them because the market analysis was not done at the stage where the market analysis was supposed to be done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Or was it part of the specification?
Yes.
No way.
Okay, this one could show you now. If you go to page 8, you got it, Chairperson?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. On the page, it says we indicated the clause that the city of San reserve the right to conduct market analysis.
Yeah, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about your recommendation to use the next one. Why didn't you initially start with seeing that you are also on the other side? Propose more than one bid to manage that from the beginning. Now you are adding something that was never there.
Okay, because what we're trying to say was that in case that happened, the process of doing the report and submitting to the BAC for consideration of the second high postponer, we recommend that it should be considered. because of we saw that we are trying to manage the risk, but as it was not part of the tender is awarded per section, and then but we didn't recommend the second highest point score from the bid. We only put that clause to guard against the risk.
Yeah, there's always a problem. What if these guys can make it cheaper than what you've been buying it for? There's so many questions.
And we only left them there because there is that notion to say, remember the people that are implementing also, if let's for example we just recommend it to service provider and you find the other one the price is 50% more, and then in terms of the implementation, sometimes when there is a huge gap, it might be the problem. But from our side, we are not saying this price is not right. The other one, I'm happy with them from my side. It's only one section where I have issues. It's only one section that I have issues, but they might give us the cheapest price. But the reason why we advertise is to test the market. So we are giving them the opportunity, but we're just putting that if the BAC feels is proper, they can recommend with that to say we will come back and submit the report in case they fail to deliver to consider the second highest point score.
Member Mpevu?
Yeah, I was also worried. I wanted to ask, what is it that the BEC is asking us to do in their recommendation number 3? The chair, the report, as long as chair as based on your previous recommendations, that we get all the documentations when it comes to disqualifications. Chair, I'm remembering something that Verusha asked in the previous report, but that's fine, Chair. Our recommendation as my inputs would be to recommend the highest scoring bidder, Chair, with no backups. Looking at the fact that the prices are really not that different. At least the first 3, the first 2, their prices are competitive. We want to run away from the fact that the departments will tend to abuse the highest scoring bidder because they want to get to the second. So our recommendation would strictly be the highest scoring bidder, Chair, in each section. Thank you, Chair.
Osminki?
Yeah, I totally agree with Sisti. I think it's better if we just choose one highest scoring bidder in all the items, just to guard against the misuse as indicated, Chair. I totally support the recommendation.
James?
Support the chairperson. Chair, I said supported. Did you hear me?
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any additional comments.
Inos?
Yes, Chair.
Chairperson, I don't know. Can you hear me? My computer's giving me problems. I said supported.
I did hear you, James.
Oh, thank you, Chair.
Give it away.
Oh,
Mm.
I think I don't know if because from what I heard, Member Bevo is agreeing with the recommendation, but without the last statement that we are proposing, and then the other members agreed. So because the other one is we were just proposing from the BEC is not what was there, but we accept what the BAC is recommending.
Thank you, members. Then let's adopt with the amendment. We are losing recommendation number 3 from the BEC. And there's no such thing as a group head group financial services.
So
the group chief financial officer.
You must point to that person.
I saw it when I was reading you. That is not proper, chairperson.
Chairperson.
Table.
Okay, we have recommended with the amendment, Chair. But I just wanted
getting those docs.
The entire pack on all the disqualifications, Chair, before it can reach your desk.
We're not going to consider it without those documents. BEC members must just know. Mapula, we must issue that communication. Tembeka is going to prepare it.
Hey, Chair, Verusha asked a question in our previous report that talks to the functionality. And I don't remember, maybe I missed it, whether she did get the response. I don't mind, Chair, if it's an off-the-shelf type of product, we could lose the functionality. But Chair, this one has an element of them when they buy these particular PPE, is it denims and golf shirts, it must have a logo, the city's logo, of which I think it has an element of them doing that. Yeah, and I'm just saying the BSC must just be careful when accepting those without functionality and those with functionality. Because this one has an element of them, there must be an embroidering being done on a particular shirt or a jean with the logo, and of which these guys will have a factory where they do such. But I'm just saying, if it's an off-the-shelf type of a product, yes, by all means, we do not necessarily need functionality. But we just need to make sure the product meets the specifications. But if they need to do certain amendments or things into a particular product, then we must be careful of not having functionality in these specs. Thanks, Chair.
What's the JT Brothers? It was never finalized. Thanks, so we must make a note of that for the BSC. Mapula.
The next item is item 8.3. Approval request for price adjustment on tender number ES 08-2020-21.
Thank you, Victor. Vita, leave now. Again,
No, Chair, as
that's
caution.
different. Just different. 8.3, 8.4,
No, Chair.
8.5, 8.6.
My Chairperson, my sincere apology. I had not unmuted, but I was talking from the side. Hello, Chair?
Yes, proceed.
Yes, I was saying I hope you will hear me clearly. I got somebody to assist me with the speakers of the laptop. I hope it will come out clear because I can hear you very clearly as we deliberate. Chair, I will proceed to present price adjustment report for ES 08 2020-2021. The purpose of this report is to request approval from the BAC to increase or to adjust the prices of the bidder up. The bidder affected here is Madinchi Enterprise and Project. They were awarded this 3-year tender from the 1st of June 2021, which tender was advertised in 2020, October 2020. They were appointed at a rate of 175.99 per blanket, chairperson. This is the price that they've applied for us to increase. We received the manufacturer's rate for 2022, indicating that a blanket cost from the manufacturer side will cost 389 inclusive of VAT. Whereas the bidder themselves, they've been charging 175.99. However, the department not to increase, because if you were to increase from that to the manufacturer's price, it was going to increase by more than 100%, chairperson. So as the department, because the bidder itself actually requested a 28% increase, we then calculated the CPI, for which we came at 8.59%, chairperson. So the difference, it was agreed with the department that the bidder, instead of increasing at the manufacturer's rate, we will increase at 8.59%. But the understanding was that the bidder may have to consider looking at other manufacturers so that they can be able to still supply to the city, but make a profit. Because as the look of things now, it's just clear that from the manufacturers' prices that were submitted, it's clear that the bidder, if they continue even with the rate, that after increase, they will operate at a loss. And that is not the intention of the city, the aim being to build these SMMEs. Therefore, the bidder requested or suggested that they will look for cheaper prices with that 8.5% increase that is offered by the city. That was the agreement, and that is what we are recommending as the department to increase the price for this bidder at 8.59%. The only concern is that we recommending to the user department at least to ensure that when the bidder goes to cheaper manufacturers, it does not necessarily compromise the quality, but that because that in turn will also compromise the city's reputation in terms of the kind of products that it's offering. Chair, the report is presented for an increase of 8.59% of the rates that have been offered in terms of contract ES 08 2020-2021. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you. How is it possible that the manufacturer's price can be so much higher? Unless if we got quotation from a different manufacturer. You know, these bidders are full of stories.
Yes, Chair, it's unfortunate because they only submit bids to win the tenders, but when it comes to implementation, it always becomes a problem.
Okay. Members, your comments? ST?
Chair, are we on the price adjustment for ESO 8?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the one that needs 8.5 price adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Chair. I support, Chair.
Mm-hmm. Member Murphy. He must be the first to comment on all these items
As recommended.
because he was not here. House Minky. House Minky.
Sorry, Chair, I was talking to myself. Yes, sorry about that. I'm fine, Chair.
Varusha.
Thanks, Chair. There's no further comments.
Thanks. Let's adopt that recommendation. 8.4.
8.4 approval request for price adjustment on tender number GFS 06 2018-19.
Oh. Victor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also presenting this one. GFS 6 2018-2019. Tender awarded for the supply, delivery, and offloading of household cleaning materials, refreshments, branded plastic bottled water for the city of Tshwane for 3 years as and when required. Chair, this one affects two bidders or two service providers. Next appointment as well as Renoka Supply and Projects, which are the bidders that submitted requests for price adjustment. The tender was awarded in 2021, June 2021, and this is just the first price adjustment. And after review, the department considered an increase of based on the inflation rate of 13.53%, which also is based on the CPI headlines from 2019 to date, Chair. That provides a 13.53% increase. Chair, the report is presented.
Thank you. James.
Chairperson, with the crippling effect of not being able to open my items, I support the recommendation. The only thing that I have in the support of all these recommendations that relates to price adjustments and increases or variations is the net effect and the implementation date of these, considering our financial position. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Varusha.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have any additional comments.
Masminki.
Cover, Chair.
Tempek.
Can we just give them 10%? Chair. Cover, Chair, at 13.53. Thank you.
How do you get to 10%?
10% seems reasonable.
CPI.
Yeah.
Mapula 8.5. We adopt the previous one.
8.5, approval request for price adjustment on tender number GICT 02-2018-19.
Victor?
Thank you, Chairperson. The tender description is GICT 02-18-19 for the provision of ICT desktop support for a period of 3 years, effective from 1 April 2019. Chair, the service provider here is Alterum Solutions. They were awarded this tender in 2019, and this is the first price adjustment since then that was received now in April 2022. The tender was actually advertised in December 2018 and closed in 2019 January. So an adjustment, Chair, based on the determination by the department, is inflation related at the rate of 21.18% based on the CPI headline index from 2018, Chairperson. The report is presented.
Chairperson.
Yes, just please facilitate quickly. I've got an urgent EFCOM matter on my desk.
Just saying, just wanna check something. The tender is expired, Victor, and I know there was a deviation request approved. Can you then submit the requirements on a valid contract, whether there was an extension of contract or a deviation? I know BAC attended to this contract, but the original contract that was awarded, let me just quickly check, in 2019 is no longer valid. Thank you, Victor. Please bring a price adjustment on a valid contract.
Yes, I was checking. We proceeded to present it based on the BAC resolution extent.
Sorry?
We base this presentation, this report, on a BAC resolution that is attached, which extended the contract month on month for another three months, I think, until the new contract is signed.
Then your report must also speak to the BAC resolution. Then your report must talk to the fact that the tender is expired, but there has been a month-to-month extension approved by the BAC on such and such a date. It mustn't just stop on the 30th of June, as per your report, that has been approved by management.
My mistake, Chairperson, and I really sincerely apologize. The report does cover that, but in my presenting the report, I did not say it. I sincerely apologize.
Thank you. Members, comments? Asmingi?
Chair, I agree with you. Should maybe the report should include the after the expiry. Otherwise, the way it has been crafted, it will create a problem for us to say we are adjusting the price of the contract that has expired. Thanks, Chair. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Verusha.
Thanks, Chair. My comments are covered.
Thank you, James.
I'm covered, Honorable Member. Or are you the chair?
Yes.
Okay, Chair. Thank you.
Not necessarily the chair. I'm just a facilitator.
There's no such a thing. I'm covered.
Thank you. Are we then saying the CPI is 21.18. Ntate Khopa.
Yeah, Chairperson, considering the CPI figures from 2018.
So when you say 2018, this is the first adjustment request,
This
price
is the
adjustment.
yes, this is the first adjustment request actually.
Can we therefore confirm in terms of their bid submission that the MBD 3.2 was completed, or was it just 3.1?
I will check, but I can confirm that, Chairperson.
What can you confirm?
If they completed the MBD 3.1 and 2 in their tender document to accommodate the increase.
Okay, can you then submit that for signature by the chair members as recommended?
As recommended, Chair.
Thank you, member. Next item, Victor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Next item is HD 7. Sorry, I'm trying to also get the description. It's HD 7, Chair. Tender for the
second, Victor. I see Varisha's got her hand up.
Oh, thank you, original chair. I was going to ask deputy chair a question. I wanted to understand how we provide inflationary increases in the city, because a lot of the reports are saying it's when it's requested by the service provider, and it's only implemented, you can see, very late in the contracts. What is there a policy requirement? Is it governed by a contract? How do we make the determination for CPI? Because at least, or in any inflation increases, at least it will assist us as a committee in terms of how we are dealing with this, because we're getting reports to say, well, the service provider asked and therefore. So if service providers are not querying, does that mean they don't get any increases, or is there a CPI that gets backdated? How exactly is the general stance of this working? Thanks, Chair.
Deputy Chair, the question was directed to you, or is it for Victor?
I think it's the matter that we've just discussed yesterday, Chair, but Victor will attend to it. Thanks.
Chair, with the approval of my superior, I will try to explain it. Firstly, when the bidder doesn't come to you to say increase, you can't obviously increase. At the moment, we are guided by the suppliers. When they come to us to say, I am supplying you with this, and based on whatever reason, the increased cost, I can't proceed with this rate, then we consider that. But at times, most of the time, these service providers will come with quite high rate of increases that they will request, but then we just limit it to CPI. But in certain instances, we discuss with them when they would say, even when you give me this, then I will be unable to supply based on the cost. And so we need to interrogate those costs and see as to whether they can still be accommodated. But yes, we don't do blanket increase. Obviously, it can affect the city badly financially if you were to take that approach. There's no specific policy that I am aware of that governs this, but there's a practice in the city that based on request per made by any service provider, we then consider that request. Thank you. I hope it's covered. I've responded properly. Thank you, Chair.
I guess the only gap is if a service provider comes 3 years later, like they did now. I mean, how do we then deal with it? Do we backdate?
My response with that, Chair, would be indeed that is what we are doing now. We do backdate.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying going forward, maybe if they have not requested within the first 12 or after the first 12 months, we give them a 6-month period, and if they don't, they forfeit. Because we also can't be going back and adjusting figures of the previous financial year.
personally support that.
But Chair, if a bidder completes a bid and it says it's not firm, and
Hey, that's why I in the bid document will say it's not firm. Within 6 months of price increase, you must if you don't submit, you forfeit. We are managing our own cash flow as well.
I understand managing our own cash flow, but disadvantaging bidders.
Yeah,
because
bidders must manage. It means they don't need it. If they don't need it, we are fine.
Chair, from a contract management point of view, what is actually in the contracts or the SLAs that they are signing? Is there anything that talks to the SLAs? Because I assume they're generic when it comes to this clause. So I don't know if Minky can advise, because if there's something contrary in the SLAs, we might be just breaching contract here.
They're not signing SLAs.
They're not signing it. I think, Chair, it's there on the tender documents, if I'm not mistaken.
Chair, while we discuss this issue, can we withdraw 8.5, the price adjustment approval for JICT 2.2018-19? Because now I remember that there was an award made last month.
Yeah.
On GICT 1 2022/2023. Because now when you're reading this resolution, then it rings a bell that this tender was awarded in August. So no price adjustment, Chair. The report is withdrawn. Thank you.
Thank you, Interim Chair.
Maybe we can continue with our discussion on, I believe in making sure that if I get a service, I must honor that contract and be truthful and ethical on top of that, Chair. And whether the service provider has requested price adjustment, our systems must be in such a way that when it's that year's, especially for the regulated price adjustment, the city must be able to calculate such. I understand. Yes, I understand our challenges of cash flow, but it's really not fair for the service providers. We are thieves.
Yes, Stembecker has hit the nail. It's supposed to be like that.
Yeah, colleagues, under normal circumstances, it is supposed to be like that. I will just jump in quickly here and not in defense of the CFO. Everything that you said is correct. Everything that you said is correct. The only challenge, and I was actually in the presence of the city manager when he gave an instruction to Umar this morning, that you will make sure that you pay ESCOM all their money. You're going to have to rob from Paul to pay Peter. I don't know how you're going to do it, and I don't care how you do it. You are paying ESCOM all their money. So I think we have to, unfortunately, weigh up this payment story in terms of our current liquidity situation. We can approve it and only pay it when the money is available to pay it, guys. I think we need to be realistic.
Thank you, Brad James.
Yeah, Chair, from my side, I think that I understand that people are requesting it, but I do agree that there should have been some sort of like a priority framework that we use when we're making these assessments, especially when they are regulatory requirements. For example, if it relates to Department of Labor or certain types of price adjustments. So it's really difficult to understand where the discretion comes in the decision that we're making when we are allocating or approving this inflationary increases. Perhaps if we look at the priority aspect, it might guide us in future. Thanks.
Thanks. So the only time that I push for CPI is if either the bidder has not indicated if their price is non-firm, or there is a manufacturer's price that adjustment that they've submitted and it's quite excessive, then I try and push back so that we are at least within CPI as an example, because I think it's a fair index to utilize, as opposed to some of these that can get very exorbitant. So we'll withdraw 8.5. And there's some work on the policy system with regards to price adjustments that we want to do.
Okay, we are working on it. We are busy. We are hard at work.
I had
Can't
paper.
be
I'm gonna
business
start
as
sending
usual.
letters. James, can you please help me? I need a standard letter for first of all my verbal warning that I can use for people that don't. Anyway, 8.6. Victor? Can you hear Olinda? Victor Tabile. Victor.
I'll proceed. I'm presenting HD 7 2019-2020 price adjustment request. It's a tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of consumables for City of Tshwane Metropolitan Health Department, as and when required for a period of 3 years, starting on August 2020 or nearest date. Chair, the affected bidder in this case is a Consummate, a project that was awarded a tender that was done on the 22nd of July 2020, and the tender had been advertised in January 2020. And we received, this is the first price adjustment request, Chair, that we received. It came through in April 2022. The department considered an inflation-related increase also for this one, which is a 10.34% based on the CPI headlines from 2020 to date. Thank you, Chairperson. The report is presented for approval.
Thank you. For those who know English, what does that word mean?
What, Chair?
Consummate.
Okay. I don't know English very well.
Brother James, I know you know English.
Chair, let Varusha answer that one. I know I'm going to use one out of context.
Yeah, Chair, it says, according to Google, it says make a marriage or relationship complete by having sexual intercourse, or it says showing.
That's the one that I was going to give.
Or it says showing great skill and flair. Those are the two definitions. Perfect, exemplary.
Okay, so this one is perfect exemplary.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Varusha. I just didn't want to be sexual on this platform. Thank you.
It's a long day, so at least if you can smile, it helps.
Chair, I'm still young. These words are traumatizing me.
Brother James, any comments?
None, Chairperson. I'm covered at the stage.
Thanks, Chair. Also, no comments.
Sister. Sister's got no comments. Okay, let's move.
No comments, Chair. Apologies.
We adopt 10.34%. Mapula, our next item, 8.7.
8.7. Approval request for price adjustment on tender number ROC 01 2019-20.
Victor?
Thank you, sir. Chair. This is a tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of various sports equipment for the city of Tshwane as and when required for a period of 3 years. Chair, the affected service provider in this case is Moetswadi Trading Project. The tender was advertised in September 2019, and they were appointed in December 2020. This is their first price adjustment request, and they obviously requested without indicating the percentage. And what we did as the city was to look at the inflation rate, and we did look at the 2019 when they submitted their bid, and that is the CPI headlines from the time that were utilized to arrive at a 12.16% inflation-related increase. Chair, the report is presented for approval.
Thank you. Members as recommended.
As recommended, Chair.
Recommended, Chair.
Thank you. Next one is 8.8.
Approval request for price adjustment on tender number USD 18 2018-19.
Victor.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once again, this is, sorry, I'm trying to, I think I've opened the wrong report. Let me quickly, yeah, thank you, Chair. Apology, the report is for USD 18 2018-19 description tender for the supply, delivery, and offloading of distribution boxes for electricity meters as and when required for a period of 3 years. Chair, this one affected 3 bidders that submitted their request for adjustments without necessarily indicating the percentages. The tender was advertised in 2019, May 2019, and awarded in July 2020, expiring in 2023. This is the first price adjustment by these 3 bidders, and based on the SAFSA indices, Steel and Engineering Industries Federation of South Africa, they do determine or regulate or determine the prices that must apply in the sector, and that is what we used in order to arrive at 19% increase for the bidders, Chairperson. Though in their request, the 3 bidders had requested or requested that their increases be effective from April 2021. We then considered, the city's financial status and thought maybe it could be looked at by the BAC to effect the increase from the date of approval of this particular request. The what is presented.
Thank you. So one of the letters says they were intending to request an increase. Did they ever submit a letter of increase?
To them, that is the request. What they submitted to say intent, they actually mean to apply for adjustment.
In the tender document, was there any indication in terms of firm or non-firm and SAFSA?
Chair, we failed to do that. In fact, we have not been doing that for tenders. Another one, the past one that I'm going to have to do that. But going forward, we can always refer to those MBDs before we finalize the report. I will confirm that, Chair, and share with the Secretariat what they have actually indicated there. But certainly what I've realized, Chair, is that many of the bidders will just complete the first 3.1, and which is fine, and still come back to say, please adjust. So there may be a need to really look at that and maybe find a way of either simplifying it, because 3.2 is very complex, Chair. Even myself, I don't think I'll be able to complete that 3.2, which has to do with the exchange rates and so on. So they go to the simplest one and just complete the 3.1. But Chair, I will confirm that and share with the Secretary.
Can you do that before we recommend?
Okay.
Yes.
You wanted now, or you recommend subject to?
Before we recommend.
Because I don't have tender documents with me. I'm presenting from a boardroom here in Sunny House, and the documents are in CDVET, filed and locked. Guest officials may not, the files may not be there.
Unless members are comfortable. Obviously, I mean, we are treating this one differently. We're not using CPI, we're using SafeStar.
Yes.
And it might be because of the industry. But I just want to see what the tender documents had.
Thanks, Chair. I don't have anything to add.
James.
It's in order, Chair.
Thanks. Osminki.
Before me is live. Check. No comment, Chair.
Steve.
No, Chair, I'm fine. Thank you.
From now, I just want to see that MBD.
Yeah, we are behind you.
Then we can push it forward. So let's bring it back next week. Please. Let's go back. I see Group Head Acting has been very patient. Ramoke.
Yeah, sure, Chair.
Are you ready?
Yeah, no, I'm ready, Chair. I thought you were. So if you allow, I can come in, Chair.
Yes.
Okay. No, thanks, Chairperson and members of the committee. My name is Thabo Mukebe, Acting Group Head, Community and Social Development Services. And once again, hereby I'd like to declare that I don't have any interest on the item that we'll be presenting, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think the BAC in the morning advised us to go and sort of refine our report and to basically include issues relating to the performance of the contractor and actually our commitment in terms of the revised or the program for the project up until requested extension period. And subsequent to that, Chairperson, I think I must also indicate that we had also lengthy discussions around the two projects at REPCO, because I was attending both meetings at the same time, and there were very extensive discussions around these two projects, Caledonian and Refilwe, in this regard. So what has since transpired, Chairperson, is that as a department, we find ourselves in a very delicate situation. In a sense, as explained in the morning, that whilst we acknowledge the poor performance of the contractor, it's equally very difficult for us to basically commit that she will perform and all those things. So we are very what you call cautious with that, and hence we thought probably the lapse of the contract might be the ideal resolution at this point. However, as explained also again in the morning, that we know that as a city we are also not innocent around this whole thing, particularly from the delayed payment issues, and hence one of our views was that the contractor might sort of feel entitled to an extension as per her motivation. So I'm bringing these issues forth so that BAC can take note and maybe allow us to withdraw and consult further, so that we can actually get proper advice in terms of what report must we present that would sort of try to address all these issues into one. Because as we said, the good progress that is there, it's not as a result of the contractor, we know it, and that's why it's difficult for us now to basically put our heads on the block and say the contractor will perform up until we know that the scope of work that is there, that is left, it's not that much, but given the history, we are very, very unsure or not necessarily committed to putting, our heads on the block and say she will perform. So hence we think if we can be allowed, and if BAC can also share wisdom with us, so that we can at least have a proper solution to this challenge, Chairperson. So that's what we are requesting, to withdraw the report, consult further with EPMU and any other department that actually can give proper advice in this regard. And then we will then present another report that would seek to basically come up with a proper solution. I think I'll stop there, Chairperson, and if there's comments or questions. Thanks.
But your contract has come to an end, right? It's lapsed.
Yes.
Okay. Members, your comments? Department wants to withdraw and come back. You agree to withdraw? We don't want to lose our comments, though. It must be a matter of record. So potentially we'll refer it back to the department for the department to then come back with the correct report or alternative or something. Further consultation with EPMU. Agreed, members?
Look, as a cluster head, I'm listening to what the working group was saying. The EPMU has given obviously comments on this matter. I think they were consulted quite extensively. I think, we need as BAC to think what is it that we are trying to resolve? Is allowing the contract to lapse due to a fruition of time, or extending it to give the contract an opportunity to jack up the performance, or, you know, allowing the lapse and then coming immediately back with a report, a deviation report, maybe based on practicality, to then appoint the performing subcontractor now as the contractor. I think we need to look at the variance of those issues so that we do not get the city into a knot, one based on possible litigation, as the acting group indicated, that look, the expectation part doesn't bother me. It's not really the expectation that she might have a legitimate expectation that the city would have considered an extension. For me, what is critical is that if this thing ends up in a court of law, and Minky, you need to also help me think, and Varusha as well, if this thing ends up in a court of law, and we know how the courts operate and behave towards, especially the city of Tshwane, especially the Pretoria High Court, when it comes to supply chain management issues. And the court then finds that the city contributed to the failure in the contractor to perform adequately or to an acceptable standard. Would we want to go that route, legal route, and spend more money, which then can become wasteful? On whose head is that wasteful expenditure going to fall? I'm not so sure. I'm just saying, whatever decision we take, recommending the lapsing, or, and they must bring back a new report where they explicit in terms of the ending of the contract due to a fraction of time. I'm not so sure, but I think we need to ask ourselves, what problem are we trying to solve in this particular regard? If we don't know what problem we are trying to solve here, then any decision that we are taking is superficial, and it perhaps would lack clear guidance by us as BAC members. I thought I should just, before we decide, just share my thinking around this with yourself. Thank you, Chair.
The problem is we've asked the group head certain information, and he's come back and said he wants to consult further. I mean, I think it was clear to me what looked like simple issues that can be confirmed so that we can then confirm and assist. So I don't know. Other members?
No, before other members come in, Chair, sorry, my apologies. The problem is Member Tembeka earlier sort of gave the benefit of the doubt regarding the date.
Yes, which I was fine with.
Yeah, if this report goes back today, let's say the date, because I can't make it out, whether it's the 15th or the 18th. If the department comes back at the later stage, the horse is dead. So we must give the horse CPR, and we're not going to get it right. So I'm saying, despite what the group head is saying, what guidance are we as BAC giving to the Community and Social Development Department? I think the expertise lays within the BAC. That's what I'm trying to say, that we must try not to say about the department. Us as BAC members, what is our duty in terms of guidance where departments are uncertain about what to do? And in this case, they came back and they're not sure because there seemed to be a disparity in opinions within the department, extend and lapse, and they now not sure what to do. So I'm now trying to tap into the collective wisdom of the BAC, especially those that are chartered accountants and those that are lawyers. There are two lawyers there, Varusha and Minky. So that is what I'm trying to tap into, the chairperson. Thank you.
But now I'm confused. So we gave advice earlier on. The group head has not come back with additional information. So what is in front of us remains the same as what we had earlier on. And I believe that what we recommended earlier was meant to move us forward, because in sending the department back, there was no reference to the contract having expired. Because I think in my mind it was mitigated by the fact that because of the date, the previous extension, and the fact that the engineer's recommendation also came in while the contract was still alive. There were issues obviously internally with submission of comments, etc. And at the very least, the department could have come back with an updated report and say, BAC, help us. We are not sure. So what additional information are we going to use now that we didn't have this morning?
Yeah, I'm withdrawing myself as a member of this BAC. I'm talking as cluster head. So I'm not going to vote or make a decision on this thing. If we are saying that, in other words, I'm following the precedent that was followed by my colleague Varusha earlier on. If you say the department must come with a report and say we are confused, this is what they are doing verbally now. The report still stands. In other words, the earlier report, they came into report and say, look, we are at this juncture as far as the department is concerned. Help us. What would be the best thing to do? It is within that context that I say, look, let's guide. If you are comfortable that the report to go and come back after they've really applied their mind fully and consulted broadly with experts within the city, and I am not an expert, and that is why I'm looking at all the different possibilities that one can follow. But we need to be able to guide and not saying it's a city's problem. It's not the department's problem. And I think as BAC, we need to, okay, you need to, because I now just quickly step out of that head. You need to give guidance on that to say what would be the best way to resolve this thing without creating investigative problems towards the department at a later stage. And if you say that, okay, everything, the engineering letter came before the closing date that recommended an extension, that sort of covers. As chairperson, if that's the direction and leadership that you are giving in this regard, I'm comfortable. And then I would like Member Tembeka, as the expert in supply chain management, and to emphasize that.
Scheduled from 3 to 4 originally, if I'm not wrong. So it will be now.
Chair Tabo's hand is up.
No, but you know, when departments don't assist the committee to make a decision, it makes it difficult, because now you are making it a BAC problem, and I've got a problem with that. Because then tomorrow it's going to be, no, it's a BAC decision, and the department wants to distance itself from that decision. I've got a fundamental problem with that. Group head.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I think I hear what you are saying, and I think the inputs that were given were in the earlier discussions. If because subsequent to that, and if I can just take it back, that one of the issues that was raised was that we, as a department, we are raising an issue around extending the contract, but at the same time, we are also claiming that the contractor is not performing well, and as such, we need to commit that the contractor will deliver, and hence that's the issue that I'm raising, that subsequent, even when we were dealing with the report, we honestly felt that we, based on the history of the project and the current progress that is there, it might not be proper for the department to take that risk to basically put ourselves on the line to say, no, we are confident, despite the fact that we know that essentially the scope that is left, a grade 8 contractor should be in a position to complete. But based on the history of the contractor, I would personally not be confident to do that. And hence, we realize that if we come and still present that, probably we might not be assisting BAC. We will just be doing malicious compliance to get extension of time. Before you know it, we will be back again asking for another extension. So hence, in our view, was that maybe we need to come engage and probably look at a much more permanent solution that would actually help us. And one of the issues was that, as we were discussing earlier in the morning, that this contractor has not performed. Why do we want to extend? And as we had explained, our view was that we are trying to also manage other risks. But where we find ourselves is that we cannot put ourselves on the line because we want to manage other risk, and 6 months down the line, we will be back here with the same issues and all those. That's why we are saying maybe we just need to pull back a bit, probably get a proper advice so that at least we consider all those aspects, being the performance of the contractor, possible litigation, and also other alternative solutions that we can bring, other than to simply go along with what we had earlier presented, just to get the process approved. And tomorrow we will be back here. So I think that is basically where we are. And hence we are saying we are desperate for guidance and advice. We're not dismissing what was given to us in the morning, but as we are saying, the input that, or the guidance that we were given, was based on what we had presented, and after engaging, we realized that probably we might need to look at other ways of resolving this other than just an extension, because an extension of time, as Member Temberg had indicated, does not address the issues that have brought us where we are. There's a likelihood that we might find ourselves where we are 6 months later, So I think I'll pause there, Chair. Thanks.
Thanks. Maybe other members, Varusha?
Can everybody see it?
Look, Chairperson, from my side, the department needs to go and do their homework and make a proper recommendation. The purpose of this committee is to adjudicate on whatever's being submitted and to make a recommendation to the accounting officer. We can't be player and referee to the department to guide them in the manner that they want. So they need to go back and find a way that this is actually going to be compliant and going to address their requirements. Chair, that's honestly my submission. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Mpefu.
Okay.
Yeah, Bo.
I can't think anymore.
Maybe you can help us think on this particular point, because I know the department and the COO are worried about the fact that the tender has. Oh, yeah. the extension period has lapsed. And in my head, there's some mitigation because of the principal agent, even though it's subject to approval from the city.
Okay.
So I don't know from an SEM point of view, from a legal point of view, if I'm overextending that that leeway that I think is there.
The principal agent has extended up to a certain period, which is beyond the 13th of September 2022. That's we agree.
No, I mean the new one. So the current extension of time as requested has already been sanctioned and recommended by the principal agent.
This one that they are bringing now.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. So remember, the principal agent is delegated, obviously, to take care of such matters on site. However, the department is supposed to bring those to this platform for us, obviously, to formally approve. But the fact that there is that approval, it's part of the PEC Tabo, I assume. I'm tired now. So we can, on those bases, maybe note it in our resolution, because I guess what Tabo is saying is that it doesn't want to bring an extension of time. They want to go back and do their, we are asking them to go back and do their work and bring a proper report. We can then say we take note of the principal agent's extension and we are recognizing it as the BAC chair. However, then we request the committee to then go and do the work and come back, so that when they're back here, we don't now go back, we go back or against our word and say, no, the contract has expired.
Okay.
I'm not sure whether I'm helping members.
You are very progressive, Honorable Member Tembeka.
Progressive BAC, this one.
Che,
How's Minky? Get out.
ke la ka le la member Tembeka. Ke la ka, mina ka wena, mina ka yena.
Just because you are on the same floor.
Yeah, we are on the same floor with Verusha as well.
How? Verusha, you sit on the first floor, ground floor.
On the ground.
Oh.
Depends what day it is. Today I'm sitting on the ground.
That's nice. Okay. So group head, are you comfortable? I mean, now what I was really looking at getting back at the very least was to say, this is our assessment of the situation. From a contract management point of view, this is what we are going to do to make sure the contract gets to fruition. And we are going to implement strict contract management on the contractor to finish within the timelines.
Yes,
I mean, nothing impossible, but we appreciate that you want to give it a proper thought. I don't know, comments from your side.
Before he comments, Chair, it's true. And when he brings back the report, he must then demonstrate to us to say, here is the plan. I think you've already spoken to it, that I'm planning to put in place so that whenever everything fails, we would be comfortable. Maybe they'll work together with the EPMU guys to make sure that things have been done to the latter and they still failed. So we need that information.
Okay. Acting Group Head.
Thanks, Chairperson. We appreciate the input. Deputy Chairperson, thanks a lot for that progressive input. Yeah, we'll take it further and then we'll bring back another report, Chairperson.
Please don't lose the comments that we made, because we want to make a link.
Yes.
We want to link the two issues, and don't take too long.
No. If we will, I think the issue might be getting comments. But if we succeed getting comments quickly, we would like to see the item at the next BAC next week.
You like complicating life for yourself. Now you're going to do a new report that's going to need new comments.
Okay. So remember, they must make sure, Chair, that our mandate expires after next week. Once the new committee comes, it's complications for you. Bring it before month end of September.
Okay. So Chairperson, we can still bring it with the same comments, if I may ask.
As long as it's not a new report.
Okay.
It's a further report.
Okay. All right, Chairperson. No, thanks. We will do that.
Because remember, we've already considered the comments from legal, the comments from supply chain, and they are reference to 1163. We've agreed that it should have actually been circular 62. I mean, those two are clearly are closely linked and related.
Okay.
So unless if Ausmingi wants to issue new comments, I suppose they should be sufficient as long as it's a further report.
Okay. No. Thanks. I think it will be a further report, Chairperson. Yeah. But no, thanks a lot, Chairperson. I like the tone of the meeting. It's much better than in the morning.
You're taking advantage because of lapile.
No, le re tshositse nke me re buile leng bjanong re bua re tatazela re tshaba lo submita report e nngwe.
No, that's fine.
No, thanks, Chair.
So it's referred back to the department, Mapula. It must come back next week as a further report. Do we have any other items?
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
No, we are done, Chair.
Build houses.
Okay. Please, don't let minutes go for too long. So let's bring it back next week.
It hits our cash flows. We show that, then we must send it back.
Mapula, please come to my office, please.
Colleagues, thank you for attending the meeting.
I'll come tomorrow morning.
I've got another. I must run into another meeting. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thanks, Chair. Bye.
And this thing of people jumping and doing musical chairs.
This essentially means is that all the grants that we receive that are conditional, we put them away into call accounts so that we don't touch, it's not part of our cash flow. And then as and when we need to use them, we just withdraw. So those call accounts are investment accounts. As and when we need them, we withdraw them. And when we withdraw them, they come into the day-to-day cash pot. And then they'll obviously get used for what they're meant to use. So it's not as if there's some money that is we put somewhere and we can withdraw from that. It's money that doesn't really belong to the city, but is managed by the city. So obviously that row number 32 will give you the total of your
And I believe that what we recommended earlier was meant to move us forward, because in sending the department back, there was no reference to the contract having expired. Because I think in my mind it was mitigated by the fact that because of the date, the previous extension, and the fact that the engineer's recommendation also came in while the contract was still alive. There were issues obviously internally with submission of comments, etc. And at the very least, the department could have come back with an updated report and say, BAC, help us. We are not sure. So what additional information are we going to use now that we didn't have this morning?
Yeah, I'm withdrawing myself as a member of this BAC. I'm talking as cluster head. So I'm not going to vote or make a decision on this thing. If we are saying that, in other words, I'm following the precedent that was followed by my colleague Varusha earlier on. If you say the department must come with a report and say we are confused, this is what they are doing verbally now. The report still stands. In other words, the earlier report, they came into report and say, look, we are at this juncture as far as the department is concerned. Help us. What would
we, based on the history of the project and the current progress that is there, not be proper for the department to take that risk to basically put ourselves on the line to say, no, we are confident, despite the fact that we know that essentially the scope that is left, a grade 8 contractor should be in a position to complete. But based on the history of the contractor, I would personally not be confident to do that. And hence, we realize that if we come and
going to address their requirements. Chair, that's honestly my submission. Thanks.
Thanks, Member Mpefu.
Okay.
Yeah, bro.
I can't think anymore.
Maybe you can help us think on this particular point, because I know the department and the COO are worried about the fact that the tender has, the extension period has lapsed. And in my head, there's some mitigation because of the principal agent, even though it's subject to approval from the city.
Okay.
So I don't know from an SEM point of view, from a legal point of view, if I'm overextending that that leeway that I think is there.
The principal agent has extended up to a certain period, which is beyond the 13th of September 2022. That's
No, I mean the new one. So the current extension of time as requested has already been sanctioned.
You are very progressive, Honorable Member Tembek. I think
progressive BAC, this one.
How's Minky? Get out.
Che, ke la ka la member Tembeka. Ke la ka, mina ka wena, mina ka yena.
Just because you are on the same floor.
Yeah, we are on the same floor with Verusha as well.
How? Verusha, you sit on the first floor, ground floor.
On the ground.
Oh.
Depends what day it is. Today
That's nice. Okay. So group head, are you comfortable? I mean, now what I was really looking at getting back at the very least was to say, this is our assessment of the situation. From a contract management point of view, this is what we are going to do to make sure the contract gets to fruition. And we are going to implement strict contract management on the contractor to finish within the timelines.
Yes,
I mean, nothing impossible, but we appreciate that you want to give it a proper thought. I don't know comments from your side.
Before he comments, Chair, it's true. And when he brings back the report, he must then demonstrate to us to say, here is the plan. I think you've already spoken to it, that I'm planning to put in place so that whenever everything fails, we would be comfortable. Maybe they'll work together with the EPMU guys to make sure that things have been done to the latter and they still failed. So we need that information.
Okay. Acting group head.
Thanks, Chairperson. We appreciate the input. Deputy Chairperson, thanks a lot for that progressive input. Yeah, we'll take it further and then we'll bring back another report, Chairperson.
Please don't lose the comments that we made, because we want to make a link.
Yes.
We want to link the two issues, and don't take too long.
No. If we will, I think the issue might be getting comments. But if we succeed getting comments quickly, we would like to see the item at the next BAC next week.
You like complicating life for yourself. So now you're going to do a new report that's going to need new comments.
Okay. So remember, they must make sure, Chair, that our mandate expires after next week. Once the new committee comes, it's complications for you. Bring it before month end of September.
Okay. So Chairperson, we can still bring it with the same comments, if I may ask.
As long as it's not a new report.
Okay. It's a further report. Okay. All right, Chairperson. No, thanks. We will do that.
Because remember, we've already considered the comments from legal, the comments from supply chain, and they are reference to 1163. We've agreed that it should have actually been circular 62. I mean, those two are clearly are closely linked and related.
Okay.
So unless if Ausmingi wants to issue new comments, I suppose they should be sufficient as long as it's a further report.
Okay. No. Thanks. I think it will be a further report, Chairperson. Yeah, but yeah. No, thanks a lot, Chairperson. I like the tone of the meeting. It's much better than in the morning.
You're taking advantage because of laughing.
No, le re tshositse nke me re buile leng bjanong re bua re tatazela re tshaba lo submita report e nngwe.
No, that's fine.
No, thanks, Chair.
So it's referred back to the department, Mapula. It must come back next week as a further report. Do we have any other items?
It was
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Since that you're supposed to build houses.
Okay. Please, don't let minutes go for too long. So let's bring it back next week.
It hits our cash flows. We show that, then we must send it
Okay.
back.
Mapola, please come to my office, please.
Colleagues, thank you for attending the meeting.
I'll come tomorrow morning.
I've got another. I must run into another meeting. We'll see you next week.
Thank you, Chair. Bye.
Thanks, Chair. Bye.
And this thing of people jumping and